Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I saw the squirrel before I saw the fishing line. At first it just looked like it was clinging to the branch. Back arched, tiny claws curled, but something was off about the way its body hung in the dying light. Rigid, too still. I stepped closer, boots crackling through the frostbitten underbrush, and leaned in just enough to notice the thin glint of monofilaments slicing behind its neck and under its arms. It was tied there. Not caught. Tied. One line looped around its midsection, another threading beneath the jaw, cinched tight like a crude harness, holding the thing upright. Its eyes were still open, dried wide, mouth agape. Bits of fur were missing around the knots, as if whoever did this hadn't cared about keeping the skin intact. I didn't touch it. I didn't even get closer than a few feet. Something in my chest, something older than instinct, told me not to. I scanned the forest line, listening, really listening for any hint of movement. But the woods were dead quiet. No birds, no wind. Just the sound of my own breath frosting the air. I had come out that afternoon for tracking, hoping to catch sign of the buck I'd been trailing the past few weeks. Deep woods, 4 miles past the last posted boundary, well off any path. I'd parked the truck along a disused logging spur, dropped into the ravine and moved north with the sun behind me. It was a clean day for it. Cold, late January, but clear skies and good visibility. That squirrel changed everything. I started backing away, slow and quiet, like I'd stumbled into something sacred and wrong. Not religious sacred, just marked. I didn't run, not yet, but I didn't want my back turned either. It wasn't just the way the squirrel had been posed, though that was bad enough. It was the fact that someone had taken time and care to do it. Someone had come out here just as far from town as I had, just as deep, and done that on purpose. It wasn't just a trap. It was a display. I kept my rifle in my hand, safety off, but didn't shoulder it. No point aiming when I didn't know where to look. Every step back felt heavier. The quiet felt wrong. And then right as I came back over the ridge and saw the clearing where I'd left the truck, I knew something else was off. The trees parted the same way. The old pine stumps still sat in their usual rotten clumps, but something on the ground caught the low-angled sunlight like sugar. I paused at the edge of the clearing, kneeling slowly. I reached down and rubbed a pinch between my fingers. Salt, a full circle of it surrounding the truck, perfectly round. I stood and stared, legs gone watery. It was one of those moments where the world pinches in around your head, like your skull's being vacuumed into itself. My thoughts just vanished. Every rational thing I'd ever learned from training, from life, from hours in woods just like this, got drowned out by something bone deep and ancient. That's when the panic started. Not fear. Not the careful animal calculation of risk. Panic. Fight or flight. Full system override. Get out now panic. I don't remember walking toward the truck. I don't remember stepping over the line. I just remember the smell inside the cab. The stale scent of sun-warmed vinyl. Coffee from earlier and something else. Something faint and coppery I still can't place. I threw the rifle into the passenger seat, slammed the door, and turned the ignition with hands that barely worked. The engine didn't stall. It turned over immediately, like nothing was wrong. But that just made it worse. It was like the truck didn't understand what had happened. Like I was supposed to still be out there, standing at that branch, looking at that squirrel, and asking myself what kind of person takes time to tie up a dead animal like that. I didn't look back as I left. I didn't even shift fully into four-wheel. I just floored it, hoping the salt meant nothing, hoping the display meant nothing, hoping the next turn would bring me back to something normal. But the feeling didn't lift. Not on the drive. Not when the forest broke into frozen field. Not even back at my place. Hours later, when I double-checked every lock and shuttered every window, I kept seeing that squirrel. The way it was positioned wasn't natural. It wasn't just upright, it was presented, angled toward the trail, centered in a Y branch like some grotesque ornament. Its limbs had been arranged, not splayed, balanced. There was intent behind it. It wasn't the work of some bored teenager or a random act of cruelty. It was a message. I didn't sleep that night. I left the lights on and sat with the rifle across my lap, watching the tree line out back like it was going to shift. Every branch that creaked, every gust of wind against the house, made my spine jerk. I thought about calling someone, game warden maybe, or the sheriff, but what would I even say? There's a squirrel tied to a tree and salt around my truck. They'd laugh, or worse, they'd take it seriously and still find nothing, because that's the part I haven't told anyone until now. I went back the next day. Stupid, I know, but I had to be sure. I told myself I'd imagine the way the salt was laid, or that maybe the squirrel had just been tangled in some discarded line. Rationalizations, safety blankets. But when I hiked back in, same trail, same gear, different mindset, I knew something had changed. The clearing was empty. No squirrel, no line, no sign of anything out of place. Even the ground around the truck was clean. No salt, not a grain. The pine needles were still disturbed where my boots had churned the soil, leaving in a hurry. But the rest looked untouched, like no one had ever been there at all. I hiked farther in, retraced every step, nothing. No branch with the Y shape, no fur, no sign of animal struggle. I spent hours trying to find that same ridge, that same clearing, but it was like it had been swallowed, or erased. By the time I gave up, the sun was already dipping again, and that same cold silence had returned to the woods. I turned and hiked out, slower this time, listening with a different kind of fear. Not the panicked bolt of the day before. This was the fear of being observed, like I'd trespassed somewhere I didn't understand. I haven't gone back since. Whatever was out there that day, whoever did that, I don't want to know more. I don't want to understand their symbols or rituals. I don't care if it was some backwoods hermit or a group playing at something older. I just know I wasn't supposed to see it, and now that I have, I carry it around with me like a second skin. Some nights I still hear it, something small scratching at the wall near the bedroom window. Could be a branch, could be nothing, but it always happens late, just before sleep, just as my body begins to let go of the day. That's when the image comes back. Tiny hands tied tight, blank eyes pointing toward the trail. I keep thinking about the salt, how it hadn't been poured carelessly, how it hadn't been scattered. It had been placed, deliberate, clean, like someone had known exactly how far I'd parked from the trail, exactly when I'd be gone, and how long I'd be out there. A ring, closed before I could return, not to keep something in, to keep me out, to mark me. I've hunted these woods for over 20 years. I know every bend in the river, every shadow between the trees. And yet standing there in that clearing, looking at that squirrel, I felt like a trespasser in my own land. Like I'd stepped off the map without realizing I haven't seen another marker since. No more salt, no more animals, just the echo of that day, running like static under every quiet moment. Some places aren't wild because they're untouched. They're wild because something else owns them. The forest wasn't even on the map, not the one we found at least. We were deep into the northern stretch of an old conservation zone near Mount Farron, helping train new SAR volunteers on a 2-day wilderness survival exercise. Our lead, Carla, had chosen a grid we hadn't worked before. Dense pine, overgrown service trails, no recent trail cam reports. It was perfect for isolation training, except it didn't match the terrain layout from the old ranger maps we brought. By late afternoon, we were ahead of schedule. My team of 4 had made it to checkpoint 4, an old concrete survey marker half buried in moss. when Alyssa spotted something caught in a patch of blackberries a few meters off the trail. It was a backpack. Faded green canvas. One of those old military surplus types with torn side pockets. Looked like it had been out here a while. Damp, but not soaked. No obvious blood. No animal damage. We called it in on the radio, but reception had already started to falter. Static was bleeding into our check-ins, so we logged it locally and started cataloging the contents. Most of it was standard hiker gear. Crushed granola wrappers. A cracked compass. A half-empty water bladder that had gone sour. But zipped into the front pocket was a notebook. Spiral bound, dark with water damage on the corners, but mostly legible. The first entry was dated 2 weeks ago. The handwriting was erratic, with sections written in tight, frantic script, and others in a heavy, almost childlike scrawl. There was no name, no dates on some pages, just fragmented notes. I remember one line early on, "Something in these woods watches with patience." A few pages later, "Not lost." Circled back. Same stump, same shadows. As we read, the light changed, not just fading, wrong. The way cloud cover can thicken before rain but without the clouds. Shadows stretched too long, despite the sun not yet dipping below the ridge. It got quiet too, the kind of quiet that presses in on you. No birds, no wind. Carla had just finished reading an entry from that morning. Not yesterday. Today. Woke up to something pacing the camp. Didn't hear footsteps. Just brush moving high up. Like branches? Arms? It whistles now. Not a tune, not quite. Just high and long. Feels like it wraps around you. None of us said anything for a moment. Alyssa scanned the tray line. Marcos muttered something about sick pranks. I was about to suggest heading back toward checkpoint 3 when it started. A whistle. High-pitched, like wind screaming through glass. It came from the east, then the west, then all around. We froze. It wasn't like any animal call I've heard out there. Too tonal. Too smooth. Like someone playing a recording on a loop. Except it shifted mid-note. Never quite the same length. Never quite the same pitch. You could feel it in your teeth. Carla told us to pack up and move fast. We clipped the backpack to Alyssa's gear and started back down the trail we came in on. But the trail was wrong. We hit the same fallen tree twice. The same dry creek bed 3 times. GPS was dead. Compass spun. Carla tried calling in again, but the radio just clicked, a dry hiss in response. It was only 4:30, but the light felt like dusk. The whistle came again, closer. I looked back. Nothing. But that's the thing, I kept looking back. Couldn't stop myself. I thought I saw movement between the trees once. Something too tall, too thin. But by the time I looked again, it was gone. The diary had another line scratched in the margin of one page, like an afterthought. If you hear it, you're already seen. We made camp just before it got dark. Not because we wanted to, but because the forest wouldn't let us out. We couldn't find the ridge line. Couldn't get higher ground. Every path turned us in circles. Carla finally called it. Conserve energy. Stay put. Wait for rescue. That night we took turns on watch. The whistle came again around midnight. It passed once, far off, then again nearer. We turned off all lights, huddled under the tarp. I remember hearing Marcos whisper, "It's above the ground." I wanted to tell him to shut up, but I couldn't speak. It passed by again, maybe 10 meters out. No footsteps, no breathing, just the sound of high, slow, mechanical whistling. Then branches shaking, not like something brushing through, like something hanging above, shifting weight. None of us slept. By morning, the air felt heavy, wrong, like breathing through gauze. Alyssa was pale. She said she dreamed of someone crouched above our tarp, just waiting. We didn't tell her we'd all heard it. We tried moving again. Carla marked our path with survey tape every 100 feet. But an hour later, we found the same ribbon tied where we'd started. The backpack, still on Alyssa's frame, felt heavier. Another entry had appeared. Same notebook, same pages, same handwriting. It read, They don't like when you stop. They want you tired, confused, alone. We didn't write that. None of us did. No pens were out. No one touched the pack all night. We burned it. We set up a signal fire using dry pine needles and one of our emergency flares. Smoke barely cleared the canopy. The wind was still. The whistle returned. Not distant now. Not a passing sound. Circling. Carla had us move again. This time straight up the nearest incline. No trail. Just raw slope and roots. We clawed upward for what felt like hours. Scratched. Winded. I nearly slipped on wet moss. Caught myself on a gnarled trunk. And saw it. Not directly. Not clearly. But between the trees down in the hollow we'd just left. Something moved. Tall. Arms long enough to brush both sides of a wide tree trunk as it passed. Its head was too narrow. There were no visible eyes. Just an angled, tilting shape that paused and then slowly craned upward, like it was tasting the air. Then came the whistle. Not from its mouth, but from around it. The trees, the ground, everywhere at once. We didn't stop moving until night forced us down. That night, no one spoke, not even whispers. We stayed beneath a natural rock overhang, barely big enough for the four of us. Something passed below, around 2 a.m. We didn't see it, just watched the shadow stretch across the leaves. Alyssa cried. Marcos held her mouth shut. I don't know how we got out. The next morning, everything had changed. The trail returned. The trees were different. The air was clearer. Carla said we should follow the incline north. We did, and within 3 hours we hit a service road. A ranger truck was already looking for us. Our base camp had lost signal from our beacons the day before, and launched a recovery team. We didn't speak about the diary. We didn't mention the thing in the woods. But 2 weeks later, Alyssa sent me a photo. She'd unpacked the burned pack at home. Just to be sure, the notebook was inside. Same charred edges, same entries, but at the bottom of the last page, a new line had appeared. The long arms reach farther than fire. We haven't gone back since. But sometimes when I'm in bed, late, and the world is too still, I swear I hear it. I've driven that road 100 times. It's a narrow ribbon of cracked asphalt that cuts through 40 miles of dense forest, connecting Route 8 to a set of smaller, almost forgotten townships along the northern ridge. The trees on either side lean in so closely that the canopy above looks stitched shut, like someone tried to sew the sky closed and almost succeeded. It's quicker than the highway, though. 10 minutes faster if you don't stop, which I never did. It was just after midnight when I turned onto that road. My dashboard clock flicked over to 12:01. I remember because I looked at it right before the radio cut out. 1 second there was music, an old REM song humming in the background. And then there was silence. No static, just dead air, like the whole broadcast had been snipped from the world. I tapped the dial. Nothing. I tried switching stations. Still nothing. It was like the forest had swallowed every signal whole. Fog had rolled in by then, thick and crawling low, skimming the road like a living thing. I kept my headlights on low so they wouldn't bounce off the mist and blind me. The beams barely reached past the hood of the car. Still, I knew the road well enough to navigate it almost by memory. Long straightaways broken by sharp bends. A few old mile markers so faded they might as well have been ghosts themselves. No streetlights, no signs, just me, my car, and the black trees pressing in from both sides like they wanted to listen. I remember the quiet. Not just the lack of radio, but the total absence of sound. My tires made no noise on the road. The engine felt muffled like it was underwater. Even my own breathing seemed too soft. I rolled down the window just a crack, hoping for fresh air, something normal to ground me. But the forest gave nothing back. No crickets, no wind, no rustling branches, just a suffocating stillness that felt heavier the deeper I drove. I hit the first bend, sharp left, then immediate right. I slowed down, eyes fixed on the narrow trail of road visible ahead. That's when I saw him. He stood dead center in the lane. A man, pale, still, holding a red stop sign above his head like a crossing guard. I barely had time to react. Slammed the brakes, tires skidding slightly in the dew-slick fog. The car stopped a few feet short of hitting him. At first, I thought it was just some forest worker, maybe a surveyor or lost hiker playing a prank. But something was wrong. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, arm raised, holding the sign perfectly still. His clothes didn't match any uniform I recognized. Loose gray pants, a white-collared shirt buttoned to the top, no hat, no badge, barefoot. And then I saw his face. Or rather, I didn't. There was nothing. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a smooth expanse of skin where his features should have been, stretched tight like paper over bone. The headlights lit him in full, and there was no mistaking it. Not a mask, not paint, no seams, just a blank face looking right at me, or at least in my direction. My heart punched into my ribs. I tried to reverse, but my hands were shaking so badly I missed the gear. The car jerked and stalled. I had to restart it. When the engine turned over again, he hadn't moved. Still standing there, arm raised, blocking the road, something primal clicked in me. Fight or flight. I chose flight. Slammed my foot on the gas. The car shot forward, tires squealing for the first time that night. I braced myself for impact, for the sick crunch of metal against bone, but there was no impact. The moment my headlights touched him, he dissolved, not vanished. Dissolved, like smoke, like vapor catching fire. He unraveled into black strands of shadow that curled around the car and disappeared into the fog. Nothing touched the hood. Nothing broke the windshield. He was just gone. I didn't stop. Didn't slow down. I drove the rest of that road at 50-60, even on the sharp turns. The fog thickened, the trees pressing tighter, but I didn't care. I kept my foot down until I burst out onto the main road near Wexler's Crossing, and didn't let up until I was surrounded by streetlights and the buzz of civilization. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, a hallucination, a trick of the fog and headlights. Maybe it was a scarecrow, or some insane performance art stunt. But no explanation held. Not when I went back. I told myself I wouldn't. But a week later, just before midnight, I turned onto that same forest road. Same car, same direction. Part of me hoped I'd imagined it all, that I'd find a broken tree branch or some discarded prop on the road. But the fog was waiting again, thicker this time. The radio died at the same spot, same silence, same slow press of quiet against the windows. And then I saw him again. Same place, same pose, same faceless stare. This time I didn't stop. I aimed straight for him and watched as he came apart like ash in the wind. No resistance, no weight, just gone. I haven't told many people. The few I did laughed it off, or tried to diagnose me with something. Stress, they said. Maybe you fell asleep for a second. Maybe it was a dream. But I was awake. I know what I saw, and I kept seeing him. Not every time, just often enough to know it wasn't over. Sometimes he'd appear earlier on the road, sometimes later, always holding that stop sign, always barefoot, always blank-faced. One time, he was standing in the trees just off the shoulder watching as I passed. The fog didn't slow me down anymore. Nothing did. The strangest part is that I started needing that road. Even though I dreaded it, even though I swore I'd never drive it again, I kept finding excuses, tight schedules, missed exits. I'd always end up there, at night in the fog, and each time I told myself it might be the last, it never was. I stopped checking the clock, stopped listening to the radio. Now when I drive it, I keep both hands on the wheel, and my eyes fixed dead ahead. I don't blink when he appears. I don't swerve. I don't stop. I just drive through him and watch the smoke curl away behind me. But last night was different. He didn't dissolve. He stepped aside. I was coming up fast, maybe 40 feet away when I saw him. Same spot, same pose, but instead of holding the sign, he lowered it slowly, deliberately, and took one step to the right, clearing the lane. I braked instinctively, skidding a few feet. My heart slammed against my chest. He stood there, motionless, facing me, still featureless, but this time I could feel something behind that blank skin. Not a gaze exactly, more like pressure, like something inside him was leaning forward, pushing against the surface. I don't know how I knew, but I felt it. He wanted me to stop. I didn't. I swerved around him and floored it. But in my rearview mirror, I saw him step back into the center of the road, and he turned. He turned toward me. That's the part that's been replaying in my head ever since. He never turned before, not even his head, but now after I passed him, he rotated slowly like a statue on a hidden platform and faced the back of my car, and then he started walking, not running, just walking, one slow, steady step at a time, fading into the fog until I lost sight of him. I didn't sleep last night, didn't go home, just kept driving, waiting for sunrise, but morning never came. It's 8:12 a.m. now, according to my dashboard, but the sky is still dark. The fog hasn't lifted, and no matter how far I drive, I keep passing the same bend, same trees, same broken mile marker leaning left like a drunk. I stopped twice to check, got out of the car, walked into the trees, but there's no variation, no sign of a main road, just the endless curve of asphalt and the silence pressing harder each hour. And the worst part, the sign is in my back seat. I didn't see it at first, just a flash of red in the rearview mirror. I pulled over, thinking maybe someone had tossed trash through the window, but there it was, the same handheld stop sign, perfectly intact, resting across the seat like a sleeping child. It's still there. I tried throwing it into the trees. I drove 5 miles before checking again. It was back in the same spot, untouched, waiting. I haven't turned off the engine since. I'm afraid if I do, it won't start again. I'm afraid if I look away too long, he'll be in the passenger seat, or behind me, or closer than that. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he wants, but I know this. The road is different now. It belongs to him, and somehow so do I. I woke up to the sound of water slapping gently against the lake's edge. A rhythmic hush like someone whispering a secret in a language I couldn't understand. My tent was still zip tight, the gray light of early morning bleeding through the nylon walls. I blinked a few times, mine still foggy from sleep. It had been a quiet night, no wind, no distant animals howling. Just the kind of peace I'd come out here for. I reached for the zipper and pulled it down, letting in the cool air. Diesel, my dog, stirred beside me and gave a lazy grunt. His tail thumped against the sleeping bag. I gave him a scratch behind the ears before slipping my arms into my jacket and crawling out onto the flattened grass. The lake, about 20 feet ahead, mirrored the overcast sky. Everything was still, too still. It wasn't until I turned back toward the tent that I noticed the boots. They were standing exactly where I'd left them, just inside the tent's entrance, upright, side by side. From a distance, they looked normal. Brown leather, worn at the toes, laces still tied loosely, but there was a sheen across the surface I didn't recognize. I took a step closer, then another. The smell hit first. Not strong, but distinct. Iron, earth, something living turned inside out. I knelt and touched one boot, then yanked my hand back. The leather was damp. I tilted the top of the boot forward and looked inside. Blood. A few inches deep in both boots. Fresh. Wet. Still pooling at the seams and soaking into the insoles. I didn't move for a while. My brain couldn't line up what I was seeing with any kind of logic. I stood slowly and checked my feet, my legs, my arms. No cuts. Nothing bleeding. I turned to Diesel. He looked up at me, ears perked, head tilted. His fur was clean. He didn't seem hurt, He didn't seem anything. There were no other signs of disturbance in the tent. No torn fabric, no drag marks, no blood trail leading in or out. The tent flap had been zipped from the inside. I had slept through the night, and someone or something had come close enough to leave. That kind of warning without waking me. I backed away from the boots and scanned the ground around the campsite. That's when I saw the tracks. They started maybe 4 feet from the tent's entrance. Deep impressions in the damp soil. Not human. Not anything I recognized. Each one was almost the length of my forearm, splayed toes tipped with deep curved claw marks. The stride was long and uneven, like whatever had made them walked on 2 legs but not easily. The prints led from the tent down to the lake shore and stopped at the water's edge. Diesel sniffed around the prints but didn't bark or growl. He didn't seem scared, just curious. I stood there for too long, trying to make sense of it all. I kept thinking, someone's playing a prank, some messed up elaborate joke. But there was no one else out here, no cars in the lot, no other tents. I'd hiked in alone, and the trail was narrow enough that no one could have followed me without Diesel raising hell. I walked a slow circle around the camp, checking for more prints, more signs, anything. There was nothing else. Just those tracks. Just the blood. I didn't touch the boots again. I didn't pack them. I left them standing where they were, and I packed the rest of my gear in a kind of daze. Diesel stayed close to my side, tail low like he could tell something had shifted. I kept looking over my shoulder as I walked back to the trailhead. The woods unnaturally quiet. Even the birds weren't calling. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't been back since. I think what unsettles me most isn't the blood. It's that I was right there, me and Diesel breathing steady in our sleeping bags, inches away, and whatever it was, it came that close. It stepped right up to the tent, opened the flap, poured blood into my boots like it wanted me to know something. Something simple, something clear. You're not alone out here. We'd planned it as a weekend reset, me, Riley, Janine, and Marcus. Just a light hike through one of the deeper cuts of national forest out west. No trails. We wanted the kind of quiet that forces your thoughts into single file. I picked the location using forestry maps and satellite overlays, cross-checking for remoteness. We were miles from the nearest designated trailhead, half a day's bushwhack in by compass and instinct. It was cool, dry, not a cloud in the sky, and the air felt filtered through pine needles and stone. We made camp near a shallow creek, pitched the tents in a natural hollow between 2 ridges. The next morning we went out to explore. No agenda, just wandering. It was maybe an hour in when we found them. Riley spotted it first, just stopped walking. Mouth open, arm raised. There was a staircase, just standing there, in the forest. Not old or overgrown. No vines or moss clinging to it. It was pristine, white and smooth, marble or something like it. 12 steps, perfectly formed, leading nowhere. No foundation, no signs of transport, no disturbance in the pine needles around the base. It should have looked ridiculous. It didn't. It looked wrong. I approached it first. I was the skeptic. I've seen my share of strange things, but there's always an explanation. Optical illusions, art projects, debris from weird installations. But I touched the steps, ran my hand over the cold surface. The edges were sharp. The base met the earth cleanly. No dirt displaced, no footprints except ours. Janine was already pulling out her phone, taking pictures from every angle. Marcus stood further back, arms folded, watching like it might do something if he blinked. We argued about it for a few minutes. What it was, why it was here. Maybe a prank, a leftover set piece. But none of that made sense this far out. GPS had no record of any structure. No coordinates marked anything significant. Riley said, "I'm gonna climb it." I told him not to. Something about it didn't sit right. He did it anyway. I watched him ascend one step at a time. Nothing dramatic happened. No sounds. No shifts in light. He got to the top, stood there, said it felt weird, like the air was too heavy. Then he came down, quiet. I asked how he felt. Sick, he muttered. Like, I don't know, like my bones hurt. Then Janine wanted to try. I warned her, but she insisted. She made it halfway before she froze. Her hand clutched her stomach. Then she bolted down and stumbled into the bushes, retching. We didn't let Marcus go up. He didn't argue. We stayed for another hour circling it, documenting. We marked trees with tape, saved GPS pins, took photos on every device we had. Riley sat against a tree, pale and sweating. Janine was quiet, shivering despite the warmth. I took one last photo, just the base of the staircase. Marble against soil, white against green. We left it alone after that. Headed back to camp. Nobody talked much. That night, Marcus and I stayed up by the fire, listening. I kept checking the photos. They looked normal. Too normal. The stairs looked cleaner in every picture. No birds in the frame, no bugs. Nothing but trees and stone. At dawn, I wanted to go back. Double-check the coordinates. See if it was still there. We walked the same direction. Followed the GPS breadcrumb trail from the day before. Every turn matched up. The ridge, the fallen tree, the slope. It was all identical except the stairs were gone. We stood in the exact spot. Riley confirmed it. Janine started to cry, quiet and frustrated. No marks. No square of flattened pine needles. No scraped dirt. It was as if the stairs had never existed, but the GPS pin was still there. A perfect little red dot in the middle of nowhere. I checked the photos again. Blank. Every one of them. Same angles, same background, no stairs, just forest. Janine looked over my shoulder and went pale. She opened her gallery. Nothing. Marcus tried. Nothing. Riley didn't even bother. He just sat down in the dirt, head in his hands. He didn't speak for hours. I didn't believe in the paranormal. Still don't. Not in the Hollywood sense. But something was out there. Something that didn't want to be found. It let us see it. Let us climb it. And then it was gone. That night, back at camp, none of us slept. Janine kept muttering that it felt like it was still watching her. Riley woke up twice, gasping, clutching his chest like he couldn't breathe. Marcus pretended everything was fine, but I caught him staring into the trees, unmoving, for long stretches. The next morning, we packed up early. I let us out. No detours, no stops. 3 weeks later, I tried again, alone. I followed the same path, marked by memory and map. Same terrain, same landmarks. I found the red GPS dot and walked straight into it. Nothing. I spent the whole day out there, circled the area, waited for the light to change, looked for signs, footprints, damage, depressions, anything. But it was clean, pristine like untouched forest. I only knew I'd found the right spot because I found one thing I'd left behind. My knife. I jammed it into a tree trunk near the stairs. Absent-mindedly, that tree was still there. Blade rusted but intact. The knife was there, but the stairs were not. I didn't tell the others I'd gone back. What was the point? But I kept watching them. Riley couldn't hold food down for weeks. Janine started seeing a therapist. Told her she'd had a close brush with death. Marcus stopped hiking altogether. Sold all his gear. I haven't climbed anything since. Sometimes I dream about it, standing at the base of those stairs, looking up. In the dream they're taller, stretching higher, and I know if I climb again, I won't come back. And sometimes I still feel it, the pressure in the air, the nausea, that tremble in my teeth like they're filled with static, like something's still near, just out of sight waiting. I think we were meant to find it. Just once. I don't know if it wanted us to see it, or if we interrupted something we weren't supposed to. But I know this. You can bring cameras, maps, coordinates. It won't matter. It won't be there when you go back. And if it is, don't climb. It was late afternoon when I first spotted the child. I'd been hiking through a forgotten stretch of forest. tucked behind the remnants of an abandoned homestead deep in the Shenandoah. As a history buff, I was chasing whispers, collapsed cabins, old boundary stones, and half-eaten paths that never made it onto maps. The air was still dense with pine and leaf mold, and the kind of silence that made your ears ring. That's when I saw him. A boy, maybe 8 or 9, standing motionless in a clearing ahead. He wore a buttoned wool coat and knee-high socks, the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a century-old photograph. His hands hung by his sides, and his hair was neatly parted. He stared straight at me, unsmiling. There were no other footprints on the trail, no voices, nothing to explain why a kid in old-fashioned clothes was standing alone miles from any road. I didn't call out. I didn't move. Something about the way he just stood there made my stomach tighten. It wasn't fear at first, just confusion, and something like guilt, like I was intruding on a private moment. Then, slowly, the boy raised one arm and pointed. His hand shook a little, but his eyes never left mine. He was pointing off to the right, deeper into the trees. I followed the line of his arm and saw nothing but thick forest and bramble. When I looked back, he was gone. No rustle of leaves, no footsteps, just the clearing again, empty and undisturbed, like he'd been cut from the frame. I stepped into the spot where he'd stood. The ground was firm. No recent prints, no sign anyone had been there, but the direction he'd pointed stuck with me. Something pulled at me to follow it, even though every rational part of me wanted to keep walking the original loop. I turned off trail. Fan furby varmt with surrounding. Vi haft wingstam life no pendel ugor. The forest thickened. Brambles snagged my sleeves. Birdsong dropped off. I moved slow, watching the ground. The air had that cool old cellar smell. Damp, earthy, a little sour. Then I saw it. A ring of collapsed stones, half swallowed by moss. In the center, a hole, 4 feet wide maybe, lined in stone. A well. It had no cover, no rope, no winch, just a black circle, maybe 20 feet deep. When I leaned over, a faint echo bounced back, empty, hollow. I couldn't see the bottom. My flashlight barely reached the base. I scanned the clearing. No sign of a house nearby. Just this well orphaned and forgotten. The silence felt heavier here. I circled the well once. On the far side, half buried in leaves, I spotted something small and metallic. I crouched and brushed the debris aside. A locket, rusted but intact. The hinge gave with a soft snap. Inside was a faded black and white photograph of the boy. Same clothes, same face. My mouth went dry. The image looked like it had been taken in a studio, posed. Stiff. The kind of portrait you'd find in an old family Bible. I turned it over. Nothing written. No date. Just tarnished metal in that single image. I took a few pictures with my phone. Signal was dead. I didn't feel right pocketing the locket, so I set it back where I found it. As I stood, the wind picked up, sudden and cold. Pine needles stirred, whispering against each other. It felt like the woods had exhaled. I didn't see the boy again that day. Back home, I dove into county records, land surveys, census logs, property deeds, anything tied to that patch of forest. The homestead had belonged to a family named Carver in the early 1900s. 4 children. The youngest, Thomas, drowned in a well in 1906. He was 9. I found the death notice in an archived newspaper. A tragic accident. The boy is believed to have slipped while retrieving water. His mother discovered the empty pail and raised alarm. The well was later decommissioned, but not filled. No photo accompanied the article. No detailed description. But the date lined up. The clothes matched the era. I went back the next weekend. Same trail. Same clearing. No sign of the boy. At the well, I found the locket still resting on the moss. I hesitated, then slipped it into a plastic bag, brought it home, cleaned it gently. Under the grime, I found initials etched on the back. TC. That night, I woke to the sound of water dripping. Not a leak, deliberate, rhythmic, like a pail slowly lifting from a full bucket. My faucet was dry, pipes silent. The sound came from outside. I stood at the window. Nothing moved, just trees shifting in the wind. The dripping stopped. In the weeks that followed, the locket grew darker. No matter how I cleaned it, the metal retarnished overnight, and I kept hearing that dripping, always faint, always when the house was silent. One night, I left the locket outside on the porch. The next morning, it was gone. No signs of animals. No wind strong enough to carry it off. Just gone. I haven't hiked that trail since. Not because I'm scared. Exactly. I don't feel threatened. Just watched. Like something got what it needed from me. I've told a few people the story. Most nod politely. Some get that distant look, like they've seen something they can't explain too. One man, older, soft-spoken, just said, "It's good you didn't keep it. They don't like to be held on to." I didn't ask who they were. I still dream of the clearing sometimes. The boy never speaks, just points, always to the well, always before fading away. The sun was dying behind the pines when I found the deer. I'd been tracking a buck since late afternoon, moving through the kind of dry, needled forest where sound doesn't carry, and light gets tangled in the high branches. The prints were fresh, sharp-edged in the loam, still damp at the bottom, and led off a game trail maybe half a mile from my truck. I figured I had just enough time to get eyes on him before dark made it pointless. I wasn't thinking about anything strange. It was just a routine stalk like I'd done 100 times before. But then I smelled the blood, not the sharp iron tang of a fresh kill. This was different. It was dense, almost sweet, like copper left too long in the sun. The scent grew stronger as I crept forward, and I slowed without even thinking, my boot falls soft in the pine needles. That's when I noticed the silence. No birds, no insects, no wind, just this heavy, oppressive stillness, like the whole forest was holding its breath. That kind of quiet isn't natural. I've been hunting since I was a kid, and I've never felt a quiet that felt like it was pressing down on me, crawling into my ears. Then I saw the body. At first I thought it was a hunter's gut pile, something field dressed in a hurry and left for the scavengers. But as I got closer I realized it wasn't that at all. The carcass wasn't just open, it was turned, like someone had taken the deer and peeled it inside out. Starting from the mouth, the legs bent backward at unnatural angles, the skin laid out like a rug, organs arranged neatly beside the rib cage as if someone had studied their placement. The worst part was how clean it looked. No mess, no tearing, just this surgical precision, like whatever had done it wasn't working with claws or teeth. It looked clinical. I crouched there for a long time, just staring. My instincts told me to back off, to leave it and go. But I kept thinking maybe it was some twisted hunter playing games. Maybe someone with a drone and a sharp knife. But then again, what kind of person kills like that and doesn't even take a trophy? Then I felt the vibration. It was subtle at first, like standing too close to a subwoofer with no music playing. Just a hum deep in my chest, vibrating the air in my lungs. I thought maybe it was a migraine or low blood sugar, until I looked up and saw the light. It was just above the tree line, not moving, not flickering. White, not yellow like a helicopter, and brighter than any drone I'd ever seen. It didn't light up the trees around it, it just existed, casting this unnatural glow straight down, like it was probing. And it wasn't making a sound I could hear. Just that vibration pulsing through my ribcage. I stood up slowly, my rifle still slung across my back. Forgotten. I wasn't thinking about self-defense or evidence or even survival. I was just watching. The light grew brighter, not gradually like someone had flipped a dimmer switch and cranked it all the way. The trees around me started to glow, outlines etched in white. My shadow stretched long and sharp across the forest floor. I squinted against the glare and took a step back, and that's when it moved. No arc, no trail, just gone, like a blink. And then it was 10 feet to the left, then gone again, then 20 feet to the right. It was like watching a bad video edit, like someone had cut frames out of reality. I couldn't process it. My brain kept trying to fill in the blanks, but nothing made sense. Then it hovered again, directly above the deer. There was no beam, no sound, just this feeling of density like the air itself was thickening. My eyes watered. My ears rang. The trees creaked as if something massive were bearing down on them, and then it stopped. Everything. The light cut out. The hum vanished, and the forest still stayed silent. No birds, no wind, just the crackle of my own breathing and the pounding of my pulse in my ears. I backed away slowly, eyes on the spot where the light had been, where the deer still lay. Only now the organs were gone. Just gone. The skin was still there, the bones too, but the heart, liver, lungs, they'd vanished. No drag marks, no mess, nothing. I didn't turn my back until I was 50 yards away. Even then, I walked sideways for a while, keeping that clearing in view. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. When I finally got back to the trail, I ran. I don't remember reaching the truck. I don't remember starting the engine. I just remember the headlights cutting through the trees, the gravel spinning out behind me, the rearview mirror showing nothing but darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat in my kitchen with the rifle across my knees, the doors locked, every light on. I kept expecting something to follow me home. Some shape, some sound, some signal, but nothing ever came. The next morning I drove back. I had to see it again, to prove to myself it was real. I told myself it was just a weird carcass, that maybe I'd imagined the light. Maybe it was some kind of stress response, a seizure, a hallucination. But when I got to the clearing, the deer was gone. All of it. No blood, no bones, not even a patch of disturbed earth, just pine needles and dry soil. Undisturbed. Even the trail I'd taken in the day before was gone. Like the forest had swallowed my footprints. I waited there for hours. No sound, no movement, just that same dead silence. When the sun began to drop behind the trees again, I left. I haven't hunted since. I still go into the woods sometimes during the day when it feels safe, but I don't track and I don't shoot. I keep my ears open. I listen for the quiet, and if I hear it, if that silence falls again, I'll run before the light finds me. We weren't even supposed to be out that far. Nate had convinced me to take a detour off the main loop in the canyon lands. Said it was a shortcut, though I knew damn well it wasn't. He just liked the feeling of being off the map. We both did, to a point. But when we were 4 hours deep into a section without any cairns or trail markings, my nerves started catching up with my legs. We were dry country hikers. Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, places where your sweat evaporates before you feel it. We carried more water than we thought we'd need and still watched every sip. It was midday, the kind where shadows vanish and the sun sits directly overhead like a weight pressing down on the entire desert. That's when we found it, a camera, sitting on a lightweight aluminum tripod, tucked between two sandstone slabs like it had been hidden almost, not buried or camouflaged, but placed with intent, facing the canyon floor below us. A silver-gray Nikon, one of those mid-range digital models with a flip-out screen. Dust lightly crusted the lens hood, but it was still running, still recording. Nate reached for it first. I told him not to touch it, but my voice didn't have any weight in it. Curiosity always outranked caution with us. He looked into the screen, then frowned. "What the hell?" he muttered, then turned it so I could see. The footage was from the night before. Same rocky ridge we were on now, only darker, lit faintly by the crescent moon and starlight. Two figures sat beside a crackling campfire, silhouetted against the flames. One of them stirred a pot over the coals. The other had a headlamp and was reading something, probably our folded map. It was us. I recognized the way I hunched my shoulders when I sat, the bright orange bandana I always looped through my belt. The camera had been filming us from maybe 200 feet away, a little higher up. It had zoomed in at some point, tight enough that I could see my face, clearly visible in the flicker, unmistakable. My skin went cold. Nate fast-forwarded through a few minutes of the footage. The camera held steady, focused. Then at 3:17 a.m., something shifted in the frame. In the distance, halfway up the canyon wall behind us, a figure appeared, standing still, not walking, not moving, just standing, a long silhouette framed by the natural slope. Even through the grain of the night shot, we could tell the person was holding something up to their face. Binoculars. He wasn't hiding. He was watching, directly facing us. We didn't notice anything at the time. No sound, no sense of being watched. But the footage didn't lie. That camera had been filming us while someone else watched from the ridge. No, nobody stopped the video. Neither of us spoke. The only sounds were wind scraping over rock and the dry rattle of brush in the heat. We didn't argue about what to do. We packed faster than I ever have in my life. Tied everything tight, double-checked the gear, shouldered the packs. Nate snapped the camera off the tripod and stuffed it into his side pouch. The tripod we left. It felt wrong to take it. We started downhill fast. I glanced behind us every minute. The paranoia wasn't creeping. It hit all at once like a curtain dropping. The vast openness of the canyon now felt like exposure. Every slope above us became a potential lookout point. Every formation a hiding place. We cut east, away from where the watcher had stood. Nate wanted to drop into the next valley and circle back toward the trailhead from there. It would take longer, but we didn't want to retrace our steps. That's when we heard it. Not footsteps, not breathing. The sound was electronic, subtle, mechanical, like a camera shutter. Just once, from somewhere to our left, I stopped. Nate turned around, wide-eyed. We scanned the cliffs. Nothing. No one. We didn't wait. We moved again, faster now, half jogging down the sandstone ledges, following the curve of the terrain. My knee barked from an old fall, but I ignored it. Every instinct said to get out. At the next bend, we came into a narrow gorge, maybe 30 feet wide, high rock on both sides. Bad place to be. No exit except forward. Halfway through, I glanced up to the right. A dark shape against the pale sky. A man, just standing there, on the rim, still as before. I didn't look long, just long enough to see the glint of something metallic near his face. We didn't run. We sprinted. The heat, the weight of the packs, the terrain, it didn't matter. Our fear made us fast. Eventually we reached the canyon floor again. Crossed dry washes, sharp turns, rock shelves. No more sounds behind us. No more figures on the ridges. But we didn't relax until we hit the service road at the base. A dusty line where we'd stashed Nate's old Subaru. The car was untouched. But something was off. There were boot prints in the dust near the driver's side. Not ours, larger, wider spacing. Nate unlocked the doors. We threw the gear in and got in fast. As he turned the key, I looked back up the slope one last time. Nothing. Just rock and sun and distance. We didn't speak on the drive out. 30 miles of dirt road before we hit the highway. The silence between us wasn't strained. It was survival. Like talking might call something back. Later, at a gas station with signal, we checked the memory card. The last video was the one we'd seen. Hiss around the fire. The man in the background. It ended abruptly, maybe 10 minutes after he appeared. The earlier files were weirder. Footage of campsites we didn't recognize. Different people. All shot from similar hidden spots. Always at night, always zoomed in. Some went back months. One showed a couple sleeping in hammocks strung between boulders. Another, a single hiker brushing his teeth by a lantern. One clip lasted 2 full hours. A man just sitting alone, looking into the fire, never realizing he was being watched. We handed the footage to the authorities. Gave a full report. They logged it, asked some questions. We never heard anything else. Weeks passed. Then a month. Nate called me one night. Said he couldn't shake it. Said he felt like there were eyes on him in his own backyard. Motion lights kept tripping. camera doorbells glitching. I told him to get some rest, but I lied. I'd been feeling it too. Not in obvious ways. No one standing in my yard, no new footage, just a presence. A weight behind the curtain of everyday life. I started taking different routes home, switched gyms, parked in new spots every day. But sometimes when I looked up into the hills near my apartment, I swore I saw a shape on the ridgeline, unmoving, watching. I don't hike anymore. The boots sit untouched in the closet. The pack still has dust from that day in the canyon. Sometimes I think about the man with the binoculars, how still he was, how patient, how many others he might have watched, and how we only found the camera by accident. It was still on, still recording, and someone had to have put it there. Knowing we'd come back that way. The wind had teeth that night. I'd pitched my tent on a flat patch near the edge of a high-altitude ridge, far off any trail, just above 9,000 feet. I'd hiked in about 7 miles from the parking pull-off, moving steady through thinning pine, before reaching that overlook where the forest broke apart and spilled into jagged cliffs and rocky openness. The spot had been flagged in my GPS months ago, an old fire-scarred outcrop I'd marked during a snowshoe trip. No one ever came up here in winter, and even fewer bothered in early spring with the freeze-thaw mess still softening the trails. Which is why I liked it. Silence was part of the point. I set up camp like I'd done 100 times before. Pack stowed under the vestibule. Bear canister wedged into a crevice downwind. Water filtered from a snow-fed runoff trickle that was barely audible past the wind. My stove fought the gust to boil a bit of lentils and rice, and I ate quick, watching the sun drop like an anchor into the black treetops below. By twilight, the ridgeline held nothing but the whip of cold air, and the soft hiss of my tent's nylon flexing. It started with the sound of footsteps in the brush, soft like something careful. A rustle, a crunch, then silence. I froze, listened, nothing. I told myself it was a marmot, maybe a pine marten. They skulk around camp if they catch a scent. I zipped the vestibule tighter, stuffed the food wrapper deep into my pack, and climbed into my bag. My watch read 9:41 p.m. That's when I heard my name, just once. Whispered. Close. Chris. It sounded like my sister. I sat up fast, hitting my head on the tent's low ceiling. I waited, nothing else followed. No second call. No footfalls. Just the wind dragging through the needles, and that name hanging in the dark, not even echoing. I blinked at the nylon wall in front of me. My sister lived in Portland. She'd never been out here, didn't even know this ridge existed. There was no way she was out there in the dark, calling for me. I held still, thinking maybe I'd misheard a trick of the wind, some branch creaking just the right way. But it had been too clear. 2 syllables, soft and strange, said like someone trying hard not to scare me. I turned off my headlamp. The dark swallowed everything except the thin glow from the moon outside. Chris. This time it came from the other side of the tent. Same voice. My stomach hollowed out. I grabbed a folding knife from the gear pouch above my head and held it tight against my chest. Blade still closed. My hand trembled. Not from the cold. I didn't call out. Didn't ask who was there. Didn't move. I just sat and listened. A minute passed. Then another. Nothing. I told myself again. It was just something weird with the acoustics. Wind skipping off the rocks. Maybe. A bird call. Anything. I forced myself to lie back down, knife still in hand, and I stared at the tent ceiling until my eyes burned from not blinking. The first rock hit around 11:20. It wasn't small. A heavy thud struck the ground right outside the tent's door, followed by the unmistakable sound of stone on stone, a bounce, then a roll and silence. I froze again, counted my breaths, waited. Another hit followed. This one smacked the side of the tent hard enough to bow the wall inward. I scrambled upright, heart slamming in my throat. It wasn't random. Rocks don't throw themselves. Chris. That time, it was behind me, farther away. Still my sister's voice. Still wrong. Something about the tone didn't fit. It had the sound of her, the pitch, the softness, but the rhythm felt off, like someone mimicking her without quite understanding how people talk. I didn't unzip the tent, I didn't call back, I just sat with the knife in one hand and my light off, listening. Another rock hit, then another. One bounced across the vestibule. I clenched my jaw and grabbed my boots, slid them on without lacing them. My fingers felt thick and useless, numb from fear more than cold. I forced myself to count seconds between the throws. 2 minutes, 4, then 10. Silence, then another thud. The cadence was irregular, like whatever it was didn't want to be predictable. I whispered to myself, stupid, but I couldn't help it. Just wait until morning. Just wait it out. I didn't sleep. Not 1 second. Between the rock throws, I heard more movement, scraping in the trees. A low shuffle like someone dragging something heavy. Once I swear I heard something breathe, long and wheezing, like a person with pneumonia trying to stay quiet. And always, every half hour or so, that voice again, Chris, my name, spoken like a test. It came from different angles each time. Once from the direction of the runoff creek, once from up the ridge where the trail dead-ended at a scree slope. The one that broke me, though, came from right outside the tent, no more than a foot away. Chris, come here. It was her voice again. Almost. But this time it said it like it had just learned the phrase, like it didn't know what the words meant. When the sky started to lighten just the barest hint of purple against the black, I packed, fast, sloppy. I didn't even bother to make breakfast. I shoved my gear into the pack in clumps, collapsed the tent without rolling it, and didn't look behind me once. The rocks had stopped around 4 a.m. The last one had landed square against the tent pole and made it shiver. When I stepped out, everything looked normal. Nothing broken, no footprints, just frost on the edges of my tarp and the crisp, piney air of early morning. I didn't care. I moved fast down the ridge, boots finally laced, poles out, head on a swivel the whole time. The descent took me 3 hours. I never saw another person. No one else was parked at the trailhead. No one passed me on the way out. And when I turned on my phone and checked the messages, there was one from my sister, time-stamped just after 10 p.m. the night before. It was a picture of her cat asleep on the couch. Captioned, "He's been snoring all day, lol." She was 600 miles away. I didn't camp solo for a while after that. Even now, I avoid that ridge. Not because I think I'll hear her voice again, but because part of me wonders if I'd gone out there when it called, what it would have shown me. We got there just after dusk. 4 of us wedged into Liam's ancient Bronco with backpacks, tents, and enough cheap beer to fuel a weekend. We weren't amateurs. Tay had camped in Zion and Bryce, and Jamie grew up backpacking in Vermont, but we weren't exactly rugged either. Mostly we just needed a break from finals, and Liam swore the spot he knew down in the valley was perfect. Remote, quiet, no cell service, no distractions, he grinned. That sounded like heaven on Thursday. By Saturday night, we weren't smiling anymore. The trail down was steep but manageable, switchbacking through aspens until it leveled into a wide basin flanked by pine-covered ridges. A little creek curled along the valley floor, and we pitched camp near its edge, maybe a half-mile from the trailhead. We built a fire, grilled sausages, drank lukewarm Coors, and passed around a Bluetooth speaker until the batteries died. At some point past midnight, Liam swore he saw something moving on the ridge. A light, maybe, but none of us paid much attention. A plane, another hiker, whatever. The fire cracked and the stars came out, and eventually we all crawled into our tents, lulled by the creek and the wind. The next night changed everything. It started with Jamie whispering my name. I was half asleep, rolled in my sleeping bag, when her hand touched my shoulder from outside the tent. "Wake up," she hissed. "Come here. Quiet." Groggy, I unzipped the flap and stepped into the cold. The others were already up. Liam stood a few feet away in his socks, squinting toward the woods. Ty crouched beside a log, chewing his thumb. No one was talking. Just beyond the creek, maybe 30 yards out, orange pinpricks moved between the trees. Torches. 4, 5, then more. They weren't flashlights, no beams, and they swayed low like carried flames. And between them, shapes, figures, dozens of them, moving slowly, single file. We didn't speak. Not really. We didn't need to. Tay was already stuffing his pockets with anything in reach. Liam doused the fire with creek water. Jamie pulled me back toward the trees, leading me uphill. Away from the figures, we scrambled through brush and brambles until we reached the edge of a shallow ravine. Just a dry gulch, maybe 10 feet down, and slid into it on our stomachs. The earth was damp, the moss cold through our clothes. I landed in a tangle of roots, my knee barking against a rock, and stayed there, pressed flat. Above us, the torchlight grew. It wasn't a parade. It wasn't campers. The figures moved with too much purpose, too little sound, all in white robes or dresses, something that hung loose from their shoulders and hoods. Tall and thin, but not in any strange way, just uniform. And none of them carried gear. No backpacks, no jackets, just torches. They walked within 10 yards of our hiding spot. I remember watching one of them stop near the creek. The others moved around them, continuing upriver. The one who stopped lifted their torch slightly, turning their head hooded, faceless from our angle as if listening. I didn't breathe. I don't think any of us did. Then they moved on. We stayed there for a long time after the last figure disappeared into the trees. I couldn't tell you how long. My arms ached from holding still. A fox barked somewhere on the ridge. When Liam finally climbed out of the ravine, none of us argued. The camp was empty, nothing stolen, nothing touched. We talked in whispers as we packed, unsure if they were still nearby. No one wanted to admit how close we'd been to panic. Liam kept glancing toward the trees. Taith never looked up at all. By dawn, we'd convinced ourselves it was some kind of local ritual, a historical reenactment, a backwoods wedding, something we weren't meant to see, creepy but harmless. We stayed because we were broke and tired and because it felt ridiculous to hike out over a weird light show. We should have left. The next night was colder. Wind blew up from the creek, and we sat closer to the fire, drinking quietly, the jokes thinner than before. Tay barely touched his food. I kept checking my phone, even though I knew there was no service. It was like we were waiting for something. I woke around 3 a.m. to rustling. At first I thought it was wind. Then I thought maybe a raccoon. I unzipped my tent and stepped out with a flashlight, trying to be quiet. The beam flicked over Jamie's tent. Then toys all zipped, all quiet. The rustling was coming from beyond the fire pit. I walked around it, the ground crunching underfoot. The flashlight beam bounced along tree trunks and low ferns. Then it hit something white. I stopped. A shred of plastic, one of our food bags, torn open, flaps fluttering. Beyond it, more. The light passed over a pile. Shredded bags, wrappers, dented cans. Someone or something had gathered all our food in one place. Not scattered, stacked, like a display. Some of it had been ripped apart with a blade. Others looked clawed. A jar of peanut butter had been smashed open and licked clean. I stood frozen. My flashlight dimmed to a flicker. The batteries were dying. I turned and walked back to camp. Not fast, not running, just deliberate. When I woke the others, Jamie asked the same question that had formed in my own mind. If it was animals, she said, why pile it up like that? We broke camp before the sun was fully up. No one argued this time. The tents went down fast. We left the firewood, the beer. We left our camp chairs and Tay's cooler. Nobody cared. We hiked out with dry mouths and sore shoulders. Nobody spoke on the trail. I don't even remember what the sky looked like. I just remember the silence. When we reached the Bronco, we found a branch had been dragged across the hood. Not a scratch, just a smear of mud, like a line drawn with intent. We drove in silence until we hit the main road. then didn't stop until we reached a gas station 2 towns over. Jamie sat on the curb and started crying. Liam smoked 3 cigarettes in a row. We didn't call the Rangers, we didn't post about it, we didn't tell our friends. Whatever we'd seen, whatever had watched us from behind those torches, it hadn't wanted us gone. Not the first night. It wanted us to see. Only after we saw did it touch our things. And only then did we feel hunted. We never went back. I've hiked that stretch of forest at least a dozen times over the past few years. It's a temperate rainforest out near the Olympic Peninsula. Lush, mist-heavy with ferns that reach your knees and trees older than the country. I don't carry a GPS. Part of the appeal is relying on paper maps and trail markers, trusting my own sense of direction. That's not bravado, just preference. I like to feel the land, not triangulate it. That afternoon started like any other, mid-autumn, with the sun already angling low by the time I hit the trail at around 3 p.m. It was unusually quiet. Even the birds seemed hushed. The soil was damp but not sodden, and the air carried that mossy, cool scent that clings to everything in a place like that. My plan was simple. Follow the ridge loop for a few miles, break off at the overlook, have a snack, head back before dark. Just past the first mile marker, I noticed something off to the right of the trail. A single hiking boot. Muddy and sitting upright, toes pointed into the brush. No obvious sign of a struggle. No animal tracks nearby. I chalked it up to someone dropping gear and moved on. But maybe 100 yards further, I saw a flannel shirt, bunched and damp, draped over a low-hanging branch like it had been hung out to dry. A few paces beyond that, a watch, face cracked, band curled into the pine needles. Each item was spaced apart, almost evenly, drawing a quiet line away from the path. I don't scare easy, but I paused then. Not because I thought I was in danger, but because of the order. It didn't feel accidental, it felt placed. I crouched down and inspected the watch. It wasn't rusted, meaning it hadn't been out long. The time had stopped at 4:11. I stood up and looked into the trees. The fog started rolling in. About 10 minutes later, so fast it felt like it had been waiting. 1 second I was scanning tree trunks for movement. The next I could barely see 20 feet. It wasn't natural mist. It had weight to it, moved in low curls like something exhaling. I turned to head back, but something shifted behind me. Something heavy. Not a snap or crack, but a shift in the air, a displacement. I froze, breathing. Slow, deliberate, and massive. Not animal huffing or deer snorting. This was bipedal. Something with a chest that filled and emptied like a bellows. It wasn't hiding, it wanted me to know it was there. I crouched slowly, easing down onto one knee, hoping the fog might conceal me as well as it did, whatever it was. Then I saw the scratch marks. To my left, a cedar tree, thick as a telephone pole, had a series of deep vertical gashes clawed into the bark. They were dark with sap, fresh. I stepped closer. They started at about eye level and raked up at least 10 feet. No bear had made those, not even a big one. The marks were too far apart, something with hands, not paws. The bark lay shredded at the base, like confetti. The fog curled tighter. The air was thick enough to drink. The breathing sound moved again, this time angling to my right. I couldn't see it, but I knew it had shifted. I turned slowly, trying to backtrack. Every step I took, I waited for the sound to respond, to charge or recede. It didn't. It just stayed there as though pacing me from the mist. I kept moving. My boots were nearly silent on the wet forest floor, but every now and then a root snapped underfoot. Each crack sounded like a gunshot. I reached the spot where I'd seen the flannel shirt. It was gone. I scanned the brush, checked the branch. It hadn't just fallen. It had been removed. I didn't linger. Further on, I reached the place where I'd seen the boot. It too had vanished. The trail was gone. Somewhere between the shirt and the boot, I drifted. The fog had warped my sense of direction. I circled a wide oak, trying to find the trail markers, but everything looked the same. Ferns, moss, fallen logs, and silence. Even the breathing had stopped. Then something snapped to my left, a thick wet pop like a branch breaking under a heavy foot. I bolted. I didn't run blindly. I picked a direction and held it steady, hoping to intersect a known trail. My legs moved through the fog like I was swimming. Branches clawed my jacket. I ducked under one low limb and nearly tripped over something soft fabric. A backpack, torn open at the seams. Contents spilled. A half-crushed water bottle. A rolled sock. Trail mix scattered like breadcrumbs. I looked around. Another cedar. Deeper claw marks. I didn't pause to inspect. The breathing resumed. Closer this time. Heavier. Faster, like it had picked up the chase. I ran harder. The trees blurred. I lost track of time, of distance. My breath became sharp and ragged. My vision tunneled. Once I slipped and nearly went down a shallow ravine. I caught myself on a root, looked up and saw a shape. Not a clear form, not a face, just movement. Tall, broad, and slow between the trees. Something that blended into the trunks, almost too well, like it knew how to become part of the forest. I turned and ran the other way. My legs burned, my chest ached, but I kept going until I saw something familiar. A trail sign, half covered in moss, but unmistakable. I was back on the loop. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I stayed on that trail until I hit the lot and saw my car waiting like a lifeboat. No one else was there. I didn't report anything. What could I say? That I found clothes and gear, heard breathing, saw a shape in the fog? That I ran like hell from something I couldn't name? I went back a week later, in clearer weather. Brought a friend that time. We walked the same loop. Found nothing. No boot. No shirt. No claw marks. The tree I swore had been shredded was untouched. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I don't hike that loop anymore. It had been 5 days since I'd spoken to another person. Not by accident, this was the point. I'd driven my weathered Tacoma deep into the woods of northern Maine, miles past where the GPS signal dropped out. I was looking for nothing but silence, that hollow, aching kind of quiet that presses into your ears until even your heartbeat sounds too loud. I didn't even bring a dog. I wanted to be alone with the trees and the frost in the air, to sit in the brittle stillness of late autumn and just be. The campground wasn't even really a campground, more of a clearing with a fire ring, flat enough for a tent surrounded by skeletal birches and spruce. The map I'd found at the last gas station listed it as Site 3. It was barely a spot, but it had a little stream nearby and no trash around. Perfect. The first few nights were what I needed. I gathered firewood, cooked canned stew, and wrote in a battered leather journal. I only seemed to touch when I vanished, into places like this. I'd sit by the fire until the cold became too much, then retreat to my tent and sleeping bag. Coyotes yipped in the distance one night, but I didn't mind. I felt insulated, like I'd stepped outside the pace of the world. On the 5th morning, I unzipped my tent and stopped cold. There was a circle of wooden figurines in the dirt around me, maybe 15 of them, all small, hand-carved, each no taller than a finger. They stood upright in a precise ring, evenly spaced facing the tent. Not random wood chips, not debris. I crouched and looked closer. Each figure had a different shape, some humanoid, some more abstract. None had eyes. They hadn't been there the night before. I was sure of it. I stayed kneeling, scanning the woods. Nothing moved except the steam off my breath. No prints in the frost. No scuff marks I could see. I picked one of the figurines up. The base was flat, fresh wood, no moss or rot. Whoever made them had done it recently. I didn't touch the others. I set the one I held down gently and packed up my gear faster than usual. I wasn't ready to leave yet, but I didn't like the implication. Someone had been that close to me, close enough to surround my tent, and I hadn't heard a thing. I moved the truck down the road half a mile and picked a new spot by a rock face. No tent this time. I slept inside the cab with the doors locked. The windows cracked just enough to let the cold in without fogging everything up. My flashlight stayed clutched in my hand all night, and I didn't sleep well. The sixth day was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of still where not even birdsong fills the space. I kept glancing into the trees, trying to spot movement that wasn't there. My hands felt shaky when I made coffee. I told myself it was just the isolation messing with me. That night, I heard the chanting that started just after midnight. A low guttural rhythm, almost a hum at first, like wind moving through hollow wood. But it wasn't the wind. I turned off my headlamp and froze, ears straining. It came from the brush on the other side of the truck, deeper in the trees. The sound built slowly, forming a pattern, 3 syllables, repeated in a pulse. I couldn't make out the words if they were words at all. Male voices, maybe, rough and low, but there was a rhythm to it that was almost deliberate. I didn't move. I lay flat in the back of the truck with the emergency blanket pulled tight around me, barely breathing. The chanting didn't get louder. It didn't come closer. It stayed there just beyond sight for what felt like 20 minutes. Then, just as gradually as it had started, it faded. I didn't sleep at all. At dawn, I stepped out of the truck, blinking against the cold and light. The trees looked ordinary again. My breath fogged in front of me, and I listened. Nothing. No movement. No sound. No signs of life, until I turned and saw my hood. A skull rested on the metal, just above the emblem. Large, yellow-white, clean. It wasn't a deer skull, I'd seen plenty of those. The shape was wrong. Too short in the snout. Too thick around the brow. No antlers but large sockets, empty and dark. It looked heavy. I didn't touch it. I stared at it for a long time, unsure if it had been left as a warning or something else. But the message was clear either way. They knew where I was, they could come close. And they didn't want me here. I didn't pack anything. I got in the truck and turned the key. The engine roared to life, and I reversed down the gravel path without looking back. I drove for hours, past lakes and back roads, until I found a diner with a payphone. I called my sister and lied. Told her I'd had car trouble, said I was coming home early. She didn't ask questions. That was a year ago. I haven't been camping since. Sometimes I still dream about the figurines, about the way they stood there silent, unmoving, all facing the same point. I never learned who made them, or what the chanting meant, or what kind of skull that was. I don't need to. The warning was enough. It was supposed to be a light weekend hike, nothing serious, just a 2-day loop through a forest preserve a few hours from the city. The kind of trip you plan at the last minute, throw some gear in a backpack and go. Victor had picked the spot, some state-managed trail system that looped through deep woods and followed a small river for most of the way. It wasn't especially popular, which we liked. Jess and I had just finished a hectic month of work, and Chris was recovering from a breakup. We all needed the kind of quiet that only miles from a cell tower could offer. We arrived late Friday morning, parked near the ranger station, signed into the logbook, and started the loop counterclockwise. The trail was narrow and rocky, with patches of mud where runoff from the hills hadn't dried out. It smelled like wet pine and moss. The air was still the way it gets in thick woods when the canopy filters the wind out entirely. Every so often we'd pass a rusted trail marker or a twisted metal sign, half swallowed by a tree, the kind of place that didn't see much upkeep, and didn't really need it. Around noon we broke for lunch on a ridge overlooking the river. That was when we saw her. She came up the trail from the west, the direction we'd be heading next. She moved slowly, like every step took effort. Her clothes looked wrong, not torn, not dirty, just out of place, like she hadn't planned on hiking. Jeans, a loose sweatshirt, and worn sneakers. No backpack, no water bottle. Her hair was dark and pulled into a messy bun, and even from a distance you could tell she'd been crying. Puffy eyes, red cheeks, a kind of unfocused stare. She noticed us before we said anything. Jess raised a hand and offered a friendly hey, but the woman just gave a quick nod and kept moving. She looked exhausted, like she'd been walking a long time and still didn't know where she was going. I watched her disappear around the bend. Her posture slumped forward like gravity was trying to pull her apart. We sat in silence for a while after that. Jess was the first to speak. She looked rough. Did she have any gear? Nope, Victor said. Weird, right? Chris stood up, brushing leaves off his pants. Think she's in trouble? Jess frowned. Maybe, but she didn't ask for help. She didn't say anything at all, I said, still watching the spot where she'd vanished. You'd think if something was wrong, she would have said something. Victor shrugged. Maybe she's just hiking off a bad breakup or something. None of us really knew what to make of it, so we let it go. We had miles to cover before camp, and daylight was burning. That night we set up near a clearing by the river. Victor cooked dinner over the portable stove while Jess and I filtered water. Chris gathered wood for a fire. The mood was light again. The forest was quiet, peaceful. No cell service, no notifications. Just the steady rhythm of insects, and the occasional rustle of leaves when the breeze picked up. We never mentioned the woman again that night. The next day, we finished the loop and got back to the parking lot just before dusk. Our car was one of 3 left. There was a small laminated sign on the door of the ranger station, pinned up with blue tape. Missing person alert, Mark H. Last seen Jan 12. Please report any sightings or info. The picture was grainy, clearly cropped from a social media photo. A man in his 30s, wearing a baseball cap and a hoodie. There was a phone number for the local sheriff's department. I took a picture of the flyer just in case. We didn't think much of it at the time. People went missing in the woods now and then. Most got found. Some didn't. It was tragic, but not uncommon. That changed the next morning. Back in the city, I was having coffee and scrolling through local news when the headline caught my eye. Search expands for missing man near Baxter Trail System. Companion sought for questioning. I clicked. According to the article, Mark H. had been camping in the same area we'd just hiked. He hadn't checked out when expected. His car was still in the parking lot. Rangers found a cold camp and some disturbed ground near the river. No blood, no clear signs of struggle, but also no sign of Mark. What was new was the detail about a woman. Authorities are seeking information about a woman seen in the vicinity on or after Jan 12. Witnesses describe her as in her late 20s to early 30s. Dark hair, jeans, sweatshirt, no apparent gear. She may have been emotionally distressed. The description hit like a punch to the chest. It was her. Jess called me within minutes. She'd seen the same article. Victor texted a screenshot with a simple, "Holy shit, is that the girl?" Chris hadn't seen it yet, so we looped him in. There was no debate. We had to call the number. I spoke to a deputy, told him when and where we saw her, what direction she was walking, how she looked, gave as much detail as I could, how far we were from the river, how long ago, anything I remembered. Jess and Victor did the same. They thanked us, told us someone might follow up. The thing was, they didn't find her, or him, not that week, not that month. As far as I know, they still haven't. They searched the woods with dogs and drones, found signs of a camp, some trash, no wallet, no ID. The woman in the description, later identified as someone named Lily, had a vague history of mental health issues and had once been questioned in another missing persons case, but nothing stuck. She wasn't arrested, just listed as a person of interest. I couldn't shake the memory of her eyes. Not scared, not panicked, just hollowed out like she was carrying something too heavy to drop. She didn't look lost, she looked done. Weeks passed, then months. The story slipped out of the news cycle. The trail reopened. People moved on. But I think about it every time I hike now. Every time I pass someone on a remote trail. Especially when they're alone. You never really know what's happening in someone else's world. You never know what they've just done, or what they've just seen. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd stopped her, asked a question, pushed a little harder, but we didn't. We let her walk past. swallowed by trees and silence, and then we went back to our lunch like nothing had happened. We weren't supposed to be out there. Not that night, not in that part of Oregon, but it was Seth's idea. And somehow he always made the worst ideas sound like the best ones. It's just a shortcut, he said, tapping at the GPS with one hand while steering with the other. The screen glowed dull blue in the darkness. A pixelated spiderweb of back roads winding through a part of the state. None of us had any real reason to be in. V was already uneasy. He'd been since we passed that old grain silo on the left. The one half collapsed into its own rust. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered, mostly to himself, but loud enough for the rest of us to hear. The silence that followed wasn't agreement, exactly, just a shared sense that this place didn't want us there. We were 5 deep in S's old Suburban, the kind of tank that sounded like a cough every time it tried to accelerate. The road had crumbled into a 1-lane bridge, metal railings pitted and streaked with bird droppings. Below was a creek we couldn't see but could hear, rushing faster than it should after a week of dry skies, slowed as we crossed. "Field on the right," he pointed, though no one had asked. And that's when B leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. "Do you see that?" We all followed his gaze. At first it just looked like a big dog, maybe a stray, but then it stood up. It didn't ease up like a bear might, or balance clumsily like some wounded animal. It rose, smoothly, joints snapping into place with an unnatural grace. It towered, its outline backlit by the dim silver of a half moon. The front paws or hands hung low, fingers that weren't quite fingers twitching at its sides. Someone laughed, a short, nervous burst. "What the hell is that?" No one answered. The thing took a step forward, then another, and then it ran. I've never seen anything move like that. It didn't bound, didn't lope. It glided, and it cleared the field in seconds. First the gas, the Suburban lurched but didn't accelerate. Come on, B was shouting now, pointing behind us, face pale as milk. It's on the bridge. I turned in my seat, and the creature had made it across that whole field and up onto the bridge in less time than it took us to speak a full sentence. Its head jerked side to side like it was tasting the air, and then it started walking again. It twisted the key. The engine coughed once, then again, then caught like it had a mouthful of gravel. The tires spat dirt, spinning before finally grabbing hold. We didn't look back after that. Not until we hit the next paved road. No one said anything for a while. We just drove, the road blurring beneath the tires, the silence inside the car thicker than the air outside. It was B who broke first. He wasn't a dramatic guy. He didn't believe in ghosts or UFOs or cryptids or any of that. But his voice cracked when he asked, "Did we all see the same thing?" We all nodded. Even Sess, who still had his hands locked around the steering wheel like it was the only thing tethering him to reality. That night should have ended with jokes, with fast food and gas station sodas and bad music. Instead, it ended with all of us staring at our respective ceilings, thinking about what we saw. I didn't believe them. At first. Not completely. When they told me, I tried to explain it away. Some local animal. A trick of the light. Even a person in a costume, though that didn't make any damn sense. But then I went out there myself. I just wanted to see the place, see the field, prove to myself that it was just a story inflated by adrenaline and poor memory. I found the bridge easy enough. The silo still slumped like a drunk on the side of the road. The field was just as they described, wide, flat, ringed with the skeletons of old trees. I stood at the center of the bridge for a long time, listening. The creek below murmured, polite and constant. Nothing unusual, but then I noticed the grass. It was flattened, not everywhere, just a streak, a wide, shallow arc like something massive had rushed through, crushing everything in its path. I left after that. Quickly. I didn't tell the others I went. I didn't need to. They could see it in my face. None of us ever went back. We joked. Sometimes. called it the Pisco Dog, after the cheap bottle B had stashed in his glove compartment that night. But the joke always died halfway through, because it didn't feel like something that should have a name. It didn't feel like a creature that belonged to this place. Syme, the moved to California a few months later, said it was for work. That stopped driving at night. I caught him looking at the rearview mirror too often, even when there was nothing behind us. I still don't know what we saw, but I remember the way it moved, how it stood, how fast it crossed that field, and how it looked at us. It was late July when Ethan and I stumbled across the clearing. We were deep in the forest just east of Monroe, Washington, too far in to hear the distant hum of the road, too far in for anyone to be there by accident. We'd only found the trail because Ethan's older brother had dared us to follow the old game trails past where the creek splits. "You won't make it past the Devil's Gate," he'd said, smirking like he knew something we didn't. There wasn't a gate, of course, just two mossy boulders leaning in toward each other like sleeping giants. We laughed at the name, but we remembered it. Past those stones, the trail faded, replaced by broken branches and deer prints in the soft loam. The trees grew closer together. Sunlight filtered in, dappling the ground in patches like scales. The air was damp and cool, filled with the quiet rustle of ferns brushing our legs and the distant caws of birds overhead. We pushed forward, ducking under low-hanging limbs, stepping over logs eaten halfway through by fungus. Then the woods opened up. It was subtle at first, just a break in the density, a circle of space where the trees fell back, and sunlight flooded in, unfiltered. That was the first strange thing. The clearing didn't feel natural. The shape was too round, too clean. It hadn't been like that long either. Leaves still littered the edges, but the center was cleared down to the dirt like something had been dragged around or burned away. But there was no scorch. Just packed, dark soil and a pile of sticks arranged deliberately. Too deliberately. The sticks weren't stacked like a fire. They were arranged upright, leaning inward like a teepee or a cairn that had collapsed halfway through being built. Some of them had been broken at sharp angles. One had strips of fabric tied to it. Dirty, faded red. I stepped around it, circling the perimeter. That's when I saw it, half buried near a fallen cedar root, a wallet. I brushed the dirt off and opened it. There was a driver's license inside, Washington State. The photo showed a man in his late 20s, eyes unfocused, as if he didn't quite look at the camera. Name, Robert L. Hewson. No credit cards, no cash, just the ID and a few crumpled business cards for a tree removal company in Everett. Ethan came over and looked at it. He didn't say anything, but he didn't look away either. We stood there, not sure if we were doing something wrong just by holding it. After a minute, he asked, "Should we turn it in?" We did. That was the part that felt important. We hiked back out, still looking over our shoulders like we weren't sure we'd be allowed to leave. At the trailhead, we used Ethan's phone to call the non-emergency number for the county sheriff. They told us to stay put. A deputy met us there 20 minutes later. We handed over the wallet and described what we saw. The deputy asked for exact directions, then radioed it in. Within the hour, more cars arrived, unmarked, black SUVs that didn't quite fit the trailhead gravel lot. Men in plain clothes, not uniformed deputies, started heading up the trail with heavy packs and tools we didn't recognize. They didn't tell us much, just took our statements, asked us not to post anything online, for the integrity of the investigation. One of them said. We nodded. Ethan's mom picked us up soon after, and that should have been the end of it. But 2 days later, the news started trickling in. Not on the TV at first, just rumors online. People on local forums said the forest was closed off. Some had seen tents and portable floodlights hauled in by helicopter. Someone claimed the FBI was involved. Officially, the sheriff's office said they were assessing a possible crime scene of interest, and that was it. I kept checking the news, refreshing every few hours. Eventually, a small article ran in the local paper. Investigators examined clearing in woods near Monroe. It was only a few paragraphs long, mostly quoting the sheriff. We've recovered items of interest. Due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, we cannot disclose further details at this time. Items of interest. That phrase stuck with me. Vague, empty, but heavy in a way I couldn't explain. A week after we found the clearing, Ethan called me at night. He was whispering, like he didn't want anyone to hear. My brother says they found something worse out there. He said he heard it from a guy who does contract work for the county. What kind of something, I asked. Was hoka wende, thinking you'd get about pound. I won out my tail up blued. He hesitated. He wouldn't say, just that it was disturbing. That word again. It followed everything now. Disturbing things. Disturbing evidence. Disturbing implications. A few days later, a reporter showed up at my house. She'd tracked me down through school records. Said she was working on a piece about unsolved disappearances. Asked if I could show her the trail. I said no. Something about her felt wrong. Too eager, too polished. She didn't look like she wanted the truth, just the headline. That was when I realized the story had taken on a life of its own. Online, people started speculating. They connected the wallet to a missing person case from 3 months earlier. A man named Robert Hewson, last seen hiking in the Cascades. No one had reported him missing right away. He lived alone. His co-workers just thought he'd quit. A Reddit thread linked him to a series of strange 911 calls made in the area over the past year. Screams in the woods. Lights no one could explain. A hiker who'd come out of the forest barefoot and incoherent, repeating the word circle over and over until he passed out. I didn't know what to believe. I wanted it to be simple. Someone got lost. Animals scattered the area. We just happened to find it after. But that clearing wasn't natural, and the sticks weren't just debris. About 3 weeks later, I went back. I didn't tell Ethan. I didn't tell anyone. I waited until early morning, packed a small bag and biked to the trailhead. There were no barricades, no posted warnings, just the same path into the trees. The same hush that settled in as you got deeper, like the forest was holding its breath. I followed the same route past the boulders, past the rotting logs, up the shallow ridge. When I reached the clearing, my legs stopped moving. They'd cut the trees around the edge, like they were trying to widen the circle. Stakes were driven into the ground at intervals, each with a strip of surveyor's tape flapping in the breeze. The pile of sticks was gone, but the ground where it had stood was blackened now, like something had been burned there after all. There were flags marking areas around the perimeter, small holes dug and filled again. A plastic evidence marker still lay forgotten near the base of one tree. I heard something then. Branches cracking, not far off. I crouched low and waited, holding my breath. 2 men stepped into view a few minutes later, not in uniform. One carried a clipboard. The other had what looked like a scanning device. They moved slowly, methodically, stopping every few feet to check readings or jot something down. I stayed hidden, heart pounding until they moved on. When I left, I didn't go back to the trailhead. I bushwhacked south until I hit the road and flagged down a cyclist. Told him I was lost and got a ride to the gas station near the highway. I didn't look back. It's been 6 months. The forest is still closed, but they don't talk about it anymore. The story faded from the news. No charges, no suspects. The official line is still ongoing investigation. Ethan doesn't bring it up, and I don't ask. But sometimes I dream about it. The clearing, the pile of sticks, the silence that pressed in from every direction. In the dream, the sticks aren't there to mark a fire. They're there to keep something in, and every time, I wake up with dirt under my fingernails, even though I know I haven't left my room. We got to the cabin just before dusk, right when the tree shadow started stretching long across the gravel drive. Alec's truck rattled to a stop, dust chasing the tires, and we piled out like we couldn't wait to be anywhere but inside a moving vehicle. It was high up, way above the valley towns, and the air felt thin and colder than expected. I remember rubbing my arms as I looked out past the tree line, thick, endless woods pushing up against the edge of the clearing like they were waiting for us to drop our guard. The cabin itself wasn't much. One story, wood darkened by rain and sun. Sagging porch, one busted shutter hanging at a crooked angle. Alex had found it through a friend of a friend. Off-grid, he'd said, perfect place to unwind. That sounded good a week ago. Now, with the wind whistling in the pines and the last of the light leaking from the sky, it felt too quiet. We unpacked fast. Brianna and Karina claimed the room with the small window. Julie and I took the one near the back, and Alex made a bed for himself on the couch, his rifle leaning against the wall beside him. He always brought that thing, even on fishing trips. Said it made him feel better when we were deep in the woods. I never minded before. Dinner was just whatever we'd packed. Trail mix, canned chili, chips. We lit a fire in the old stone hearth, and for a while it felt like any other night. Stories, laughter, dumb teasing, the usual. But around 10, when the fire was starting to die and the wind kicked up harder, we heard it, a screech. Not an animal, not anything I've ever heard in my life. High-pitched, sharp like glass, breaking in slow motion, rising and falling with this weird rhythm. We all froze. Julie dropped her cup, and it bounced once before rolling into the cold hearth. Alex stood, already reaching for the rifle. "Probably a bird," he said, but his voice didn't match the words. "Birds don't sound like that," Karina whispered. We stood there for a minute, listening. Nothing followed, just whined and our own breathing. Eventually Alex sat back down, though he didn't put the rifle down again. We didn't sleep well that night. The next day was quiet. Too quiet. We walked around the clearing, hiked a little up the ridge trail, trying to shake the unease. The forest was thick and beautiful in that overgrown way, but it never felt peaceful. I caught myself checking over my shoulder every few minutes. Julie asked me if I was okay. I didn't answer. That evening, after a silent dinner, Alex suggested a night hike. Stick to the trail. Full moon's out. Could be fun. No one was excited about it, but no one wanted to say no either. We brought flashlights, jackets, a couple of snacks, and Alex's rifle. He led. I stayed close to the back. 15 minutes in, we heard it again. That screech. It cut through the trees like a blade, bouncing off trunks. Too close and too loud to be natural. Brianna stopped walking. Julie grabbed my sleeve. Alex lifted his flashlight, sweeping it across the trees, but the beam just bounced off bark and shadows. Then the screech came again. Closer. We turned back. No debate this time. I don't remember running, but I must have because my lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly when we stumbled into the clearing again. We didn't talk. We just went inside, locked every door and window, and sat in silence until the fire burned out. I didn't sleep. The third day, Alex looked like hell. None of us had much energy. We barely spoke. The forest felt like it was pressing in tighter, like the trees had shifted while we slept. That night, we decided not to go outside at all, but just after midnight, we saw it. Red eyes glowing, steady, 7 or 8 feet off the ground, just past the edge of the clearing. I saw them first through the back window. I thought I was imagining it, but then Julie gasped. She saw them too. And then Karina and Brianna. We all stood there, crammed into the little room, staring. The eyes didn't blink. They just watched. Alex came in with the rifle, took one look and muttered, "Everyone out. Now." We didn't argue. We grabbed what we could. Flashlights, jackets, his keys, and burst out the front door. The cold hit me like a slap. The forest in front of us was dark, but the moon lit the trail just enough. Alex led again. We followed. The eyes didn't move at first. Then a sound, heavy steps, crunching brush, and they began to follow. We ran. The trail dipped, twisted. Flashlights bounced wildly. Brianna tripped once, but Karina hauled her up. The screech rang out behind us, louder than before, closer. It wasn't alone now. I swear I heard more steps, more snapping branches. We reached the river just before it all went to hell. Alex turned, raised the rifle, and fired once into the trees. Silence. Then chaos. The things crashed through the underbrush. We didn't wait. We jumped into the freezing river. Clothes dragged us down, but fear pushed us forward. I felt rocks scrape my knees, icy water clawing at my chest, but I kept going. Julie slipped under. I grabbed her, yanked her up, and we crawled out the other side, coughing, gasping, shaking. Behind us, the red eyes stopped at the bank. They didn't cross. We ran until we hit the logging road. Alex flagged down a passing truck. The driver didn't ask questions, just looked at us, pale and dripping and wide-eyed, and opened the back door. We didn't go back for our stuff. Didn't care. Haven't spoken about it much since. But sometimes when it's late and I'm walking alone, I hear that screech again in the back of my mind. It wasn't my idea to go out there. Mike was always the instigator. He had that mix of stubborn confidence and bad judgment that made him easy to follow and hard to stop. We were supposed to be camping near Ocala, off one of the old trails by the river. Harmless stuff. But when he saw the rusted sign half swallowed by brush that said no trespassing, state property, his eyes lit up like it was Christmas. White Forest, he said, like it was a secret password. Heard about it online. Supposed to be some government test zone. Weird crap grows here. I wasn't into it. Something about the way the woods just shifted color after the sign made my stomach pull tight. The trees were pale, not just dead bleached, almost glowing in the moonlight. The bark flaked like ash when I brushed against it, and there was no sound, no bugs, no birds. Even the wind didn't move the leaves. It felt sealed off from the rest of the world, but I followed anyway. Mike and the others, Laura, Chris, and Danny, they laughed like it was a joke. We stepped over the fence where it had collapsed into the brush. From the moment my foot hit the other side, I regretted it. There was a path, sort of, barely there, like something had dragged itself through the brush long ago. We walked with headlamps on low, trying not to draw attention in case anyone was patrolling, though it was clear no one had been there in years. I kept looking behind us. I don't know what I thought I'd see, but something about the shadows between the trees felt too deep. 10 minutes in, we heard the first voice. I thought it was Danny at first. She was whispering to Laura, but then it came again, whispered and low, carried like breath, not sound. Turn around, we froze. The beam from Mike's light swung through the trees, catching nothing but bark and fog. He joked that it was just the wind, but it came again. Go back, Lara laughed nervously, telling us to knock it off. I looked at Chris. He wasn't laughing. Neither was I. Mike waved us forward like we were on some haunted hayride, leading the way as the path curved unnaturally to the left. It felt like we'd only gone a short distance, but when I looked back, the fence was gone. So was the sign. Just trees, white trunks like bones, stretching out and closing in. It got colder. I know that sounds dramatic. Florida doesn't get cold like that, but it felt like stepping into a freezer. Our breath came out in clouds. The light from our lamps started to flatten, like the fog was thickening, absorbing the glow instead of reflecting it. We kept walking. After a while, we realized we were going in circles. Mike insisted we weren't, pointing at trees like he recognized them. But Danny spotted a carving she'd made earlier on a trunk with her key just a little star, and the number 1. We passed it again, then again. That's when Laura started to panic. She wanted to go back, retrace our steps, but no one could agree on where back was. The path seemed to fork and bend differently every time we turned. I kept thinking of that line. The forest doesn't want us to leave. An hour passed, maybe more. We stopped checking the time. Our phones had no service. The batteries were draining too fast. Chris's flashlight flickered and died, and Danny gave him hers. I noticed she kept checking behind her, flinching at every crack of a branch. Then we heard the scream. Sharp, high-pitched, but strangled like someone trying to scream while being dragged underwater. It came from the left, deep between the trees. We all froze. Laura whispered Chris's name, but he was already moving toward the sound. Wait, I said, grabbing his arm. What if that's not her? He hesitated. Then we heard it again, softer this time, like it was being replayed from memory. Help. That's when Danny ran. She bolted into the trees, calling Laura's name. Mike shouted for her to come back, but she didn't stop. The sound of her footsteps faded quickly, swallowed by the fog. We chased after her. The ground changed under our feet, softer, spongier, like the forest floor had become soaked. My foot sank into something wet, and when I pulled it out, it left a black impression behind. I wiped it on the grass, but it stained. We called for her. No answer. Just those same whispers. Turn around. Leave. They were louder now. More of them. Layers of voices, overlapping, like a crowd at a distance. Then, Chris vanished. It was that fast. One moment he was behind me, his hand on my shoulder. Then nothing. No sound, no struggle, just gone. I spun around, light swinging wildly through the trees. "Chris," I shouted. "Chris." Mike cursed and turned back the way we came. We have to go. Now. But where? There's no path. There has to be. We walked fast, then ran. The forest didn't let up. No matter how far we went, the trees stayed the same. Chalk white trunks, dead branches. Everything felt wrong. The angles, the air, like space had shifted. We found Danny's flashlight lying in the moss. Still on, no sign of her, no footprints. Mike was starting to lose it. He kept muttering to himself, swinging his light at every sound. I told him we needed to stop, make camp, wait for daylight. "There's no daylight here," he said. "It's not real. It's not real." We rested, ate what little we had in our packs. I didn't sleep. I don't think he did either. At some point, I stood up to take a leak and found that same tree again. The one with the star and the number 1. We'd never left the loop. Mike was gone when I got back. No sound, no movement, just his backpack lying where he'd been sitting. I shined my light into the brush and caught something. Just for a second, a shape between the trees. Tall. Too tall, but it vanished before I could focus on it. That's when I realized the forest was listening. Every time I moved, something moved with me, just out of sight. The whispers were louder. Not words anymore, just pressure in my ears, pulsing. I felt watched, judged. I stopped calling for anyone. I stopped shining the light too far ahead. I kept it close, just to my feet. I didn't want to see what might be looking back. Time didn't pass the same in there. My watch froze. My phone wouldn't even turn on. I walked until my legs gave out. Then I crawled. I must have passed the same stone 4 times. I think I started talking to it at some point. Then I saw the light. Just a faint flicker between the trees. A lantern? A flashlight? I didn't care. I moved toward it. The closer I got, the colder the air became. My breath was thick. My skin hurt. I stepped into a clearing and stopped. There was no light source. Just open space. A perfect circle of grassless earth. And in the center, nothing. Not a figure. Not a structure. Just absence. Like the ground itself refused to exist there. And surrounding it, etched into the earth, were dozens of shapes. Footprints, handprints, scratches, like people had clawed to stay out, or to get in. I turned back. That's when the voices screamed. Not whispers anymore. Not warnings. A full-throated roar of fury that shattered the silence like glass. I dropped my light and ran, not caring which way, just away. The forest changed. The trees closed in. Branches tore at my clothes. Something pulled at my backpack. I let it go. I ran until my legs went numb, until the sound faded, until everything was still again, and then I saw the fence. Rusty, bent, the sign dangling by one nail. No trespassing. State property. State property. I stumbled through it, collapsed in the brush on the other side. I don't know how long I laid there before someone found me. A hunter, I think. I couldn't speak for hours, just stared into the trees. They never found the others. I never went back. But sometimes, late at night, I hear them. Not words, just pressure, like a breath on the back of my neck. And when I close my eyes, I see those trees. White, silent, waiting. The day started the way most of mine do. Early, quiet, and with the engine of my old ATV coughing to life in the cool West Virginia air. I'd hauled it up into the Monongahela backcountry where the trail system thinned out. The deeper you went, it was late spring, the kind where the ground is dry enough to trust and the mountain laurel hasn't yet choked the paths. I was alone, like usual. That's the way I prefer it. I'd parked the truck at a trailhead off an old logging road, then loaded a day pack with water, jerky, a GPS, and a flare gun just in case. I locked the truck, slung the pack, and started walking. The first few miles were uneventful, just how I like it. The trails twisted through pine and beech groves, dappled with sun where the canopy broke. Birds kept their rhythm overhead, and every so often I'd spot the churned prints of deer or bear in the soft mud by the streams. I'd chosen this trail because it cut high across a ridgeline where the view snapped open above the tree line. About 4 hours in, I reached the overlook and stood there a while. Catching my breath, that's when something shifted. It was subtle. Not a sound exactly, but a pressure. You ever feel someone's eyes on you before you actually hear them? That kind of thing. I turned slow, scanning the trail behind me. Nothing. The woods were still, no birdsong now. That part I noticed. I started walking again. Not hurried, just aware. Aware of the silence. Aware of how the hairs on my forearms were standing up in that dry, tight way they do before a storm. Except there wasn't a cloud in the sky. My boots hit the trail with more purpose. Each step precise. I didn't want to believe what I felt, but the truth of it followed me, heavy and certain. About 10 minutes down the trail, I heard the snap. It wasn't an animal. Too clean, too deliberate, like the weight behind it had purpose. I stopped and didn't turn around right away. I just listened. Nothing. But my stomach knew before my brain caught up. I wasn't alone out there anymore. I started walking again. Faster now. I didn't run. That's how you make mistakes. But I changed course. Took a side path I knew. Narrow and half overgrown. It looped down the slope in a hard zigzag, eventually crossing a creek that fed into the larger stream below. That's when I heard it again. Another snap, then the rustle of leaves, then silence. I ducked under a low branch and pushed into the slope. This wasn't the trail anymore. It was the backside of the ridge, steep and covered in slick moss and loose rock. I moved fast, quiet as I could, breaking line of sight. Whoever was behind me, they were above me now. On the trail I'd just left, I could hear movement. Deliberate steps, no voice, no call, just pacing. I dropped into a ravine and crouched behind a rock outcropping. That's when I saw him. He came along the trail like he'd done it before, like he knew where it led. Tall, hoodie pulled up, face shadowed. He had something in his hand. I didn't need binoculars to see the metal glint when the sun caught it. It was a knife. Big one. Butcher style. Not a pocket tool or a camp blade. Something for killing. He paused near the fork where I'd turned off. Looked around. His head moved slow, like he was thinking. Then he kept walking, right down the trail I would have taken if I hadn't diverted. My breath froze. He didn't hesitate. He was tracking me. I waited, counting off enough time to be sure he was past. Then I moved. Not up, not back, sideways, bushwhacking through a thick stand of rhododendron, branches scraping my arms, tearing at the pack. I had one goal now, the truck. The ATV was still strapped in the bed, but I wasn't wasting time with that. I needed the road, the cab, the radio. It was a rough descent. I slipped more than once, landing hard on my palms, my knee, once even sliding a good 10 feet down a leaf-covered wash. Didn't matter. Pain meant nothing now. I kept going, faster than I should have. I knew I was making noise, but I'd broken trail. He couldn't follow me unless he saw exactly where I went. I was betting he hadn't when I hit the old fire road. I almost cried. I could see the sun glinting off the windshield of my truck through the trees. I broke into a full sprint. No more caution. Just feet pounding dirt, lungs heaving. I hit the gravel lot like a shot and reached the driver's side door, fumbling with the keys. Then I heard him, crunch, footsteps, coming out of the woods on the far side. He was there. How? I don't know. Maybe he doubled back. Maybe he knew a shortcut. Didn't matter. He was across the lot, closing fast. I threw myself into the cab and slammed the door just as he hit the side panel. The whole truck rocked. I started the engine and hit the lock button. He tried the passenger door, yanked it hard. When it didn't open, he circled to the back. I dropped the truck into reverse and hit the gas, tires spitting gravel. He darted away, but not before I got a full look at his face. He wasn't crazed, wasn't screaming or wild-eyed. He looked calm, cold, like this wasn't his first time. I got to the main road and didn't stop, just drove. 10 minutes down the blacktop, I reached cell service and called it in. Gave my coordinates, gave the description, told them I was staying in the truck until they got there. Sheriff's deputies rolled up about 30 minutes later. They told me to stay put while they checked the area. I watched them head up the fire road, guns drawn. Didn't think they'd find him, but they did. 20 minutes after that, they brought him out in cuffs. He looked right at me as they walked him past. No words, just a long stare. One of the deputies held up the knife in an evidence bag. It was bigger than I thought, and clean. Too clean. They said he didn't have ID. Didn't say a word when they questioned him, just clammed up. Wouldn't answer where he came from, or what he was doing out there. He had no pack, no gear, just the clothes on his back and the blade in his hand. I filed the report, gave my statement, then got back in the truck, drove straight home. Didn't stop, didn't sleep that night either. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that calm face, felt the woods pressing in around me again. I still hike, still ride the ATV, but I don't go out alone anymore, and I don't trust silence the way I used to. We'd been planning the trip for months, just the four of us. A long hike to a remote alpine lake tucked deep in the Cascades. No cell reception, no cars, no people. That was the draw. I'd spent weeks studying topographical maps, checking weather patterns, and sorting gear lists. I'd done hikes twice this length solo, but something about leading a group made me even more cautious. I double-checked bear canisters, water filters, even tucked a whistle and emergency beacon in my pack, just in case. The first day on the trail was uneventful. We crossed 2 riverbeds, passed a pair of old trail signs sun-bleached and half-buried, and hiked through switchbacks that spiraled into thick pine. Around dusk, we reached the plateau where we'd planned to set up camp. The lake was still another mile up, but we were losing light fast. Everyone agreed to stop and pitch tents beside a stream that trickled through a meadow. There were no footprints in the mud, no wrappers or fire rings, no signs anyone had been here in weeks. It felt pristine, isolated, perfect. That night we ate dehydrated chili and boiled tea, trading stories until the cold crept in. By 10, the fire had died down, and we were settling into our tents. My friend Ava had the smallest tent and was already curled up with a book. Mark and Jamie shared a 2-person setup, cracking jokes through the nylon walls as they zipped in. I stepped away for one last bathroom break, headlamp casting a tunnel of light through the brush. That's when I noticed the silence had changed. There's a kind of hush in the woods when no one's around. Wind in the canopy, insects buzzing low to the ground. But this was different. Stifled like the air itself had paused. I stood still for a few seconds, holding my breath. Then, from maybe 30 feet to my left, I heard branches snap. Not small ones. Thick, deliberate crunches. I turned slowly, light catching on trunks and tangled undergrowth. A figure stood just outside the beam, too far to make out clearly. but close enough to know it wasn't one of us. He didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there, watching. I called out, not aggressive, just alert. Something like, "Hey, you okay?" The figure didn't respond. I stepped back, one hand instinctively gripping my bear spray. After a long pause, he stepped forward into the light. A man, probably in his 40s. Beard, torn jacket, heavy boots caked in mud. His eyes were wide, too wide. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Didn't mean to scare you," he said. His voice was low and hoarse, like someone who hadn't spoken in days. I asked if he was lost, needed help, food. He didn't answer right away, just kept smiling. Then he muttered, "No one else out here but me." I didn't like the way he said it. Not lonely, not wistful, possessive. I told him we were just camping for the night and would be heading on. He nodded slowly, then looked past me toward the tents. "4 of you," he said. I saw the tracks. He wasn't carrying a pack. No sleeping bag, no food, no gear. I asked again if he was okay, and he said I like to walk light. Then he turned and walked back into the dark, vanishing between the trees without another word. I went back to the tents and didn't mention it to the others. Not yet. I lay awake most of the night, bear spray and headlamp within arm's reach, ears straining for movement. Nothing. Just whined and distant owls. The next morning, I told the group, Ava was understandably freaked. Mark tried to downplay it, probably just a hermit, he said. Plenty of off-grid types in the hills. Jamie agreed, but kept glancing toward the tree line. We debated turning back, but decided to push on. The lake wasn't far, and if we made good time, we could get there by noon, spend the day, and reevaluate in the morning. The lake was gorgeous. Glass-clear water surrounded by stone ridges, snow patches melting into the shallows. We swam, fished, even took turns filtering water and gathering wood. For a while it felt normal again, until just after sundown. Jamie was the first to notice him, the same man standing on the ridge above our site, arms at his sides, watching. We didn't see him arrive. 1 minute the ridge was empty, the next there he was. He didn't approach this time, just stood there, perfectly still, staring. We didn't light a fire that night. Just kept to the tents, whispering plans, trying to figure out what to do. I volunteered to take first watch. Sat outside wrapped in my jacket, bear spray in one pocket, knife in the other. Every hour I walked the perimeter, checking the trees, the slope, the ridge. Sometime after midnight, I spotted movement. The man was circling the camp, not walking directly toward us, just keeping to the shadows, making slow, deliberate loops through the trees. Once he paused by Ava's tent. She didn't know she was asleep. I almost called out, but something in his posture stopped me. He wasn't confused or lost. He was studying, measuring. By dawn, he was gone again. That was it for me. We weren't staying another night. I told everyone to pack light. Just water, snacks, emergency gear. We'd come back for the rest once we'd reached the ranger station. It was a 2-day hike back down. But I knew the shortcuts, the unmaintained ridgelines that could cut time if we moved fast. We left just after sunrise. The trail was steep and the shortcuts were rough, sliding through shale, vaulting down logs, crossing streams that hadn't existed on the map. My legs were burning by the second hour. Ava stumbled twice. Mark twisted his knee but kept going. No one complained. I didn't tell them what I saw just before we left. A boot print in the mud, fresh and deep, near where we'd gathered water. The tread didn't match any of ours. By noon, the temperature had climbed. Clouds gathered over the western ridge, turning the sky a dull gray. We stopped only once to catch our breath and wolf down protein bars. Every sound in the woods felt sharper. Every crack of a branch or flutter of leaves sent my heart racing. I kept checking behind us, half expecting to see that blank-eyed stare. 3 hours after we started, we reached the dirt service road that led to the ranger station. We were supposed to camp another night halfway down. Instead, we'd made the whole descent in a sprint. My calves were shaking. Jamie had a bloody scrape across one arm. Ava was crying. The station was locked when we arrived, but a posted number got us help within the hour. A ranger named Elias listened carefully, asked us to describe the man. I gave as much detail as I could. Clothes, face, voice. Elias frowned. "You're sure he wasn't carrying anything?" "Nothing," I said. "No pack, no food, no water, just walking, watching." He nodded slowly. Said they'd look into it, but I could tell from his expression he'd heard something like this before. I don't know who that man was. Don't know what he wanted. But he wasn't just passing through. He found us. Chose to stay nearby, and when we ran, he didn't follow. Not that we saw. But sometimes in that stretch of woods, not seeing is worse. We never went back for the gear. Never finished the loop trail. That part of the map for me is blank now. A silence I don't want to fill. I don't know how long he watched us. I just know he knew we were there from the beginning. And for whatever reason, he didn't want to be alone anymore. The first sign that something was off came on our second morning in the forest. Jeremy was the one who noticed it. He stood there next to his pack, a deep crease between his eyebrows, holding his empty knife sheath. "Did anyone take my buck knife?" he asked, his voice a notch louder than usual, not quite joking. None of us answered at first. I glanced around the campsite. 4 tents arranged in a loose horseshoe, a dead fire pit at the center. Backpacks leaned up against tree trunks or slouched in the dirt. It had rained a bit the night before, and everything was damp and quiet. The forest didn't feel right that morning. Not dangerous, just watchful. No one took it, Amber finally said, crouched near the fire pit as she stacked kindling. "You probably left it in the car." Jeremy shook his head. "I put it in the side pocket, zipped." I remember. He started checking everyone's packs, asking again, more urgently. I knew he was serious because he didn't smile, didn't accuse. He just looked scared in a way I hadn't seen before. The rest of the group, 7 of us in total, sort of brushed it off. People joked about it, moved on, started talking breakfast. But I felt a prickling in the back of my neck, the same one I'd felt the first night when we drove past the second gate into the deeper forest roads, and the cell signal dropped away completely. We were 2 days into a 4-day weekend. Jeremy had found this spot, some little-known dispersed camping area at the end of a narrow gravel turnoff off a fire road. No campground, no rangers, no check-ins. That was the appeal, the real woods, he'd said. We had to hike our gear in about a mile from where we parked the cars, up a grade and over some rocky switchbacks. The site was beautiful, no doubt. A natural clearing, thick pine cover overhead, a stream just down a slope behind the tents. But I'd had misgivings from the start. When we arrived, I remember pausing before we even started unpacking. Something about the site looked not pristine. The fire pit was cold but had been used. Nothing strange about that, but some of the kindling logs were clearly fresh cut, not old or gray from the elements. There had been something else too, a broken thermos half buried near a stump, like someone left in a hurry and didn't come back. I mentioned it then. Said it out loud that maybe someone had been here recently, but everyone had already started pitching tents and dragging coolers from their backpacks, and the idea didn't stick. So when Jeremy's knife disappeared, I remembered that thermos. I remembered the kindling. I remembered my own sense of unease, but I didn't press it. Not yet. That day we stayed close to camp. We cooked. We played cards. We drank. A few people hiked upstream in the afternoon, but I stayed back with Amber. She noticed it too. She didn't say much, but she was quieter than usual, kept glancing out toward the trees. When I asked if something was bothering her, she just said it felt a little weird. That night I didn't sleep well. There were no sounds from animals, no raccoons, no distant coyotes, nothing, just a wind moving through the trees. At one point, I swore I heard something crunch softly outside the tent. Not footsteps exactly, but something deliberate. By morning, the group mood had shifted. People were slower to wake up. Jeremy was quiet. Amber looked pale. The weather had turned colder. We were supposed to leave the following day, but I already wanted out. We made the hike back down to the cars just before noon to check on things and bring back the last cooler. I was leading the way down the switchback when I stopped short. It took a second to register what I was seeing. All 4 tires on Jeremy's SUV had been slashed. Not deflated, not popped. Sliced. Deep straight cuts down the sidewalls. I didn't need to check mine to know it'd be the same. And it was. Amber didn't scream, but her breath caught hard. Jeremy stood there staring at the rubber peeling away from the rims like it didn't make sense. The damage was clean. Purposeful. No animal had done that. And no one in the group had left camp overnight. We need to get out of here, I said. It was a solid 10-mile walk to the nearest intersection of that fire road, and anything that might resemble a highway. No signal, no GPS, no help coming. Jeremy kept walking around the cars like he expected something to change if he looked long enough. The others argued. Maybe we could patch the tires. Maybe we could wait for someone else to show up. But it was Monday. We hadn't seen another car since Friday afternoon. The trailhead was empty. The road past the gate would likely stay that way until next weekend. Amber and I started packing. By late afternoon, 5 of us were on foot with essentials only. Water, snacks, jackets. The other 2 stayed behind to try and jury-rig the tires with some kind of canvas wrap, which I thought was pointless. We were walking fast, adrenaline keeping us upright, but by dusk we were slowing. It was a different kind of quiet on that road. The trees grew denser on either side. No wind, no animals. We didn't talk much. Every once in a while someone would glance behind us like they were making sure we weren't being followed. I tried not to do the same, but my ears were on edge for every twig snap or rustle. It was just after we passed a sharp bend in the fire road that Amber stopped dead in her tracks. She didn't speak, just pointed slowly into the trees about 30 feet off the shoulder. I saw him too. There was a figure standing between the trees. Not moving, not hiding, exactly. Just standing, watching. I couldn't make out details. Just the shape of a person. Tall, motionless. The way they stood wasn't aggressive, but it was wrong. Like they'd been standing there for a long time, waiting. Jeremy said we should keep moving. Not run, just walk. We did. No one looked back after that. We reached a ranger station around 2 a.m. after nearly 9 hours of walking. It was dark, the office shuttered, but they had an emergency phone box. We called for help. A sheriff's deputy showed up an hour later. We told him everything about the missing knife, the tires, the person in the woods. He listened, didn't say much. When we asked what would happen next, he told us someone would be sent to check the site in the morning. When we asked if we were in danger, he paused and said, "I wouldn't go back up there if that's what you're asking." The 2 who stayed with the cars got picked up by morning search and rescue. They hadn't seen anyone, but the tires on the second vehicle had been cut too, sometime after we left. Same clean slices, same angle. We filed a report. No one followed up. A month later, Jeremy moved. Amber doesn't talk about it anymore. Most of us haven't gone camping since. I keep thinking about the figure in the trees, about how still they were, how deliberate, whoever they were. They knew exactly when to move. Exactly how to make us feel watched, to be seen, but never close enough to reach. That's what stays with me. That and the part I haven't told anyone. When we reached the bend in the road and saw him, I glanced at the tree next to the figure. Just for a second, and I saw something silver hanging from the branch, swaying slightly. It looked like the glint of a blade, catching the last of the light before the night took everything else. The zipper on my tent had a snag, and it took me a good 20 seconds of fumbling to get it open. By the time I stepped out into the late afternoon light, my fingers were smudged with dust and sap. Jeremy was by the fire pit, poking half-heartedly at the dying embers with a stick. We were 5 friends on a weekend trip in the woods, just a break from college stress and city noise. There was me, Amber, Jeremy, who I'd known since high school, Dana and Tasha, who were inseparable and obsessed with ghost stories, and Marcus, quiet but always the one to bring extra gear just in case. We'd hiked deep into the forest and pitched our tents in a clearing off a gravel road, miles from any proper campsite. I bent back into my tent to grab my hoodie. The light was starting to slant golden, and the chill always crept in around then. That's when I noticed my pack was open. Not unzipped, but open, like someone had reached in. I checked the compartments. Nothing else was missing, except the knife. It wasn't just any knife. It was a thick, straight-blade survival knife Jeremy had given me the Christmas before, still sheathed in its leather holster. I always kept it tucked in the side pouch of my bag. Now it was gone. At first I thought maybe Marcus had borrowed it. He was always adjusting tarps or ropes. I walked over to him. He was sorting through a tackle box near the car and asked if he'd seen it. He looked up, puzzled. No. Why would I take your knife? I asked the others. Dana said she hadn't even been near my tent. Tasha joked that maybe a bear took it. No one else even owned a knife like mine. It didn't make sense, but we let it go. Maybe I'd dropped it somewhere. Maybe it would turn up. It didn't. We ate a quiet dinner around the fire that night. Even the ghost stories fell flat. The wind had picked up, whispering through the tall trees, and the smell of pine was sharp and damp. Everyone seemed a little distracted. The next morning, Jeremy found the tires. We'd parked the car just down the slope where the trees thinned into a gravel turnoff. I was brushing my teeth with a bottle of water when I heard him shout. All 4 tires, he said when we got down there. Slashed. He pointed. The gashes weren't from driving over something sharp. These were clean, deliberate cuts, each one in the sidewall, deep enough to have been done with a strong blade. No one had cell service. We were miles from any town. The only way out now was on foot, and the nearest ranger station was at least 6 miles down that gravel road. We tried not to panic. We blamed kids, vandals, maybe some hunter who didn't like us camping off trail. Dana started to cry. Marcus went quiet again, standing a few paces away from us and staring into the trees like he was waiting for someone to walk out of them. We decided to pack up and hike out that afternoon. No one wanted to sleep another night out there. It took us an hour to break camp. We each carried what we could, leaving behind the tents and some food. Jeremy kept looking behind us as we walked, like he expected someone to come running after us. I kept thinking about the knife. The road was rough, uneven, and lined on both sides with dense trees. The kind of place where sound didn't travel far, where you could scream and no one would hear you. We made it maybe 3 miles before we saw him. We'd rounded a bend in the road when Marcus stopped short and raised a hand. The rest of us froze. There, in the middle of the gravel path ahead, was a man. He was maybe 40 feet away, standing still, wearing a jacket, jeans, boots. His face was shaded by the brim of a ball cap, and in his hand, glinting dully in the low light, was a knife, my knife. I recognized the shape of the hilt, the worn leather of the sheath, unbuckled. He was just holding it out at his side, blade down. No one said anything. Dana made a tiny sound, like a whimper. Tasha took a step back. Jeremy moved in front of me, just slightly. The man didn't move. He just watched us. Then he started walking. Slow, steady steps. Not fast, but not hesitant either. We turned and ran. I could hear Marcus behind me, shouting for us to stay together, but the panic had already hit. I felt the straps of my backpack bite into my shoulders. My breath was loud in my ears. We ran blind, back the way we came, gravel slipping under our shoes. We didn't stop until we were out of breath and had put at least half a mile between us and where we'd seen him. Jeremy swore he saw movement behind us on the trail. Tasha kept glancing into the woods, her face pale. We didn't know where he came from or why, but he had the knife, my knife, and he'd let us see him on purpose. There was no question anymore. Someone had been out there with us the whole time. We pushed on, this time sticking close, not speaking much. The trees were darker now, shadows long and reaching. I kept thinking I heard footsteps that weren't ours. By the time we saw the road open into a wider gravel junction, the sun had dipped behind the hills, and the cold had set in. My legs felt rubbery. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat. That's when we heard the engine. At first, just a low hum, too low to be wind. Then the crunch of tires on gravel. We froze. Out from the tree-lined bend came an old truck, dark green, with 2 dented doors and a canoe strapped to the top. It slowed as it approached us, headlights sweeping the group. Jeremy stepped forward, waving both hands. The truck stopped. The driver was a woman in her 50s, graying hair tied back, wearing a ranger's jacket over flannel. She opened the door and asked if we were okay. The words caught in my throat. Jeremy told her everything in a rush. The knife, the tires, the man on the road. She narrowed her eyes, told us to get in. We piled into the back of the truck bed, huddled together. The wind cut through us as she turned the truck around. No one looked back for a while. At the station, we gave our statements. She called it in. A couple other rangers drove out to search the area, but they didn't find anyone. No prints, no campsites, nothing but the slashed tires and our leftover gear. The knife was never recovered. They chalked it up to a transient, maybe a hunter off his meds, maybe just a guy who didn't want company in the woods, but I think he wanted us to know he was there. From the moment he took the knife, it was a message. We weren't alone. I still hike sometimes, but I don't go off trail anymore, and I never leave my tent unzipped. I still see that man sometimes, just in the edge of memory, standing in the road, holding the knife, waiting. The wind started to pick up just as we reached the ridge, the last sliver of sunlight spilling between the pine trees like molten copper. I remember because the breeze stirred the air with the sharp tang of sap, and something else, something faint and acrid. I paused, boot braced against a root, and looked back over the ravine we'd crossed. Nothing moved, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the woods below. We'd chosen a remote part of the park off trail, rugged terrain, exactly the kind of place I'd brought campers years ago when I still worked summer seasons. Randall had convinced us to do a reunion weekend, just the 3 of us, old friends trying to recapture a bit of that wild freedom. He brought Courtney, his girlfriend who'd never been on a backcountry trip before. She was eager, asked a lot of questions. Smart, paid attention. I liked that. We made camp near a horseshoe bend of the creek, high enough to avoid damp ground, but close enough to hear the water. We pitched the tents just before dusk. Firewood was scarce, so I built a small pit and used a portable stove for dinner. I had just finished burying the food waste when I caught sight of something across the water. A man, standing motionless at the tree line. His back was to us. He wasn't moving, not an inch. Just stood there rigid, like someone waiting for a signal. His shoulders were square, arms at his sides. No pack, no light. Just a pale shirt that caught the last light like a marker in the shadows. I didn't say anything right away, just stared. The longer I looked, the less sense it made. No one hikes without a pack. No one stands that still unless they're watching something. I stepped away from the firelight, quietly. The second my boot hit gravel, he moved. Not toward us. He just stepped sideways, deeper into the trees until he vanished behind the brush. I didn't tell Randall or Courtney until later. We played cards under the lantern light, shared some whiskey, talked about old trips and dumb injuries. I kept glancing into the dark. When I finally mentioned it, Randall shrugged it off. Probably a lost hiker, he said, or someone trying to find a cell signal. I told him the guy had no gear. Randall made a joke about forest ghosts and poured more whiskey. Courtney didn't laugh. The woods were still that night. Too still. Even the creek seemed quieter, muffled. I laid in my tent, fully dressed, listening. My hand stayed on the flashlight beside me. Hours passed, no moon. Then, just before sleep could take me, I heard it. Footsteps. Not animal steps. not the scrambling of raccoons or the crunch of deer hooves. These were deliberate, heavy, slow, circling. I froze, held my breath. My heart pounded against the sleeping bag. Whoever it was made no effort to hide. Gravel shifted, leaves crunched, a boot kicked a rock, then silence, then again, from the other side. They were circling the tent. I heard Randall's muffled voice, low, groggy. Then his zipper rasped open, and the sound stopped. He stepped out, muttering something about raccoons, then went still. Dead still. After a few seconds, he zipped back inside. Didn't say another word. We didn't sleep. By dawn, fog had rolled in. Light filtered through like gray gauze. I stepped out and scanned the clearing. Nothing obvious. No signs of animals. No broken branches or scat. But near the base of the fire pit, I found them. Cigarette butts. 3 of them. Fresh. Dry. Laid in a neat line beside a half-buried stone. Randall was already packing when I showed him. He didn't speak, just nodded once and kept moving. It was Courtney who found the hole. A small blackened burn at the edge of her tent wall, about the size of a quarter. Melted nylon charred around the edges. I ran my fingers around it, sniffed. It smelled like chemical accelerant, not a campfire spark, not an accident. We were packed in 10 minutes. The hike out took most of the day. We didn't speak much. Once Randall stopped and looked back at the trail. His eyes scanned the ridge. I felt breathing last night, he said. Just that. Then kept walking. When we reached the trailhead, I checked the logbook. No entries since hours. No rangers parked nearby. No one else registered in that section of the park. Back at home, I tried to file a report. The ranger listened politely, but without evidence there wasn't much they could do. No cameras in that sector. No known incidents. Randall stopped responding to my messages after that week. Courtney deleted her social media. I haven't seen either of them since. I went back once. 6 months later. Alone. I followed the same ridge. Same trail. I knew the spot by the creek, even before I saw the stones of the old fire pit. The tents were gone. No trash. No signs of anyone. Except one thing. In the soil, pressed into the soft edge of a moss bed, was a cigarette butt. Still fresh. Still dry. Still warm. The night we saw the body, we were just getting ready to turn in. Our fire was low, more embers than flame, spitting now and then as a breeze skimmed across the lake. We'd set up camp on the north side of Pine Hollow Lake in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, tucked into a small clearing about 20 feet from the waterline. Jess had picked the spot, mostly for the view and the remoteness. No cell service, no traffic, just trees, water, and whatever noises came out after dark. Austin was still picking at the foil from dinner, trying to scavenge one more bite of charred sausage. Andrew leaned back against a log, fiddling with the battery pack on his headlamp. I was brushing my teeth, staring across the water. That's when I saw it. Something pale, just beyond the shimmer of the opposite fire. A shape, floating maybe 10 or 15 feet from shore. The surface was still enough that the silhouette stayed visible. Arms splayed, hair spread like weeds drifting underwater. At first I didn't say anything. I stopped brushing and narrowed my eyes. The camp across from us wasn't close. Maybe 100 yards if you trace the lake's edge. But the firelight they had going was stronger than ours. Enough to show the outlines of a figure on a camp chair. A man, or maybe 2. One stood, pacing near the flames. I glanced back at our group, then looked again across the lake. "Guys," I said, low but firm. "Look over there. The water." Jess came up beside me, following my pointing finger. I didn't have to say anything else. Her eyes locked onto the floating body, and I heard her breath hitch. It's a body," I said. No room for doubt anymore. The pale limbs, the way it didn't move except with the ripples. It wasn't a log or some illusion. It was a woman, face down. Her clothes looked soaked and clinging, like she'd been in the water a while. We all stared. The fire across the lake crackled. The man who'd been pacing sat down again. Then, this part I remember with terrifying clarity. As if cued by some invisible signal, their fire dimmed, not slowly, not like it ran out of wood, it was snuffed out. 1 second there, the next gone. Just a circle of darkness where a glow had been. No one said anything for a full 5 seconds. Then Andrew whispered, "Kill the fire, now." We moved without talking. Jess and I dumped water over the embers. Austin dragged our packs toward the tent. Andrew crushed what was left of the foil and slid it into his bag. Within a minute we were in total darkness. Only the moon reflected off the lake, and the thin beam from Andrew's lamp as he clicked it once, and then off again. "Stay down," I said. No lights. We crawled into the tent and zipped it slowly. Our breathing felt too loud. I could hear the wind raking through pine branches. Somewhere to the east, a loon called out. A warped, trailing sound that felt more ghost than bird. No one slept. We lay side by side listening. Every twig crack or splash became something to interpret. Was someone moving on the other side? Would they come around the lake? Were they watching? At some point, Jess leaned in and whispered, "We have to report it. First thing in the morning." I nodded. We just had to make it through the night. Time slowed. I counted nothing. I didn't check the time. I stared at the roof of the tent and let the blackness thicken. When the sky began to lighten, just that faint gray shifting above the treetops, we broke camp. Quietly. Efficiently. We didn't speak until we'd stuffed the last sleeping bag and hoisted our packs. The path back to the car was just under 2 miles, winding through old growth and brush. The dew soaked through my socks. Back at the parking area, our cars were untouched. No other vehicles we didn't recognize. We pulled out and drove straight to the ranger station, which didn't open for another half hour. Jess waited with Austin while Andrew and I flagged down a maintenance truck and explained what we'd seen. The ranger on duty later took our report. We showed him on a map where we'd camped, where the other fire had been. He said he'd send someone out to check. 3 hours later, they called us back. They found the body. A woman in her early 30s. No ID on her. Foul play suspected. No signs of a second campfire on the opposite shore. No prints. No signs of recent activity. But we'd seen the fire. We'd seen the man pacing. We tried explaining again, but it didn't seem to register. Maybe they thought we were mixing things up. The way fear blurs memories. But we knew what we saw. 2 fires, 1 body, and silence after the flames went out. I don't go camping much anymore. Not remote sites. Not places without neighbors. I keep thinking about that fire vanishing, like someone else had the same idea we did to kill the lights, to hide. Only for a different reason. That image of her floating still flashes behind my eyes when I close them. Face down. Hair moving like weeds. We found the shack on the 4th night of camp. Just after dinner, when the counselors let us roam the trails as long as we stayed in pairs and made it back before dark, Ethan and I took the long path past the mess hall, past the boundary markers that were really just red tags stapled to trees. I remember ducking under the last of them, stepping into the deeper part of the woods where the branches stitched themselves into a canopy and the air got still. Ethan was the one who brought up the story. Some local legend the older kids whispered around the fire the night before. It was about a prisoner who escaped from a transport van back in the 60s. Supposedly he'd lost his hand in some farm accident and wore a wooden prosthetic he carved himself. The story went that he never got caught and some swore he still roamed the woods. It was just talk, but it stuck with me. The kind of story that sounds fake until you hear it again from someone who swears their cousin saw something. We weren't looking for anything really. We just wanted to be out of earshot from the counselors and the rest of the noise. That was when we saw it. Half hidden behind a wall of dead branches. A structure maybe 10 feet wide, sunken into the earth like the forest was trying to reclaim it. The roof was caved in on one side, and the boards were warped from years of rain and heat. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. Ethan grinned and pointed like he'd found buried treasure. That's it, he said, meaning the place from the legend. We pushed through the brush. My shirt caught on a thorn and tore. Inside, it smelled like wet wood and mold. The door was gone, just a gap in the frame. I hesitated, but Ethan stepped right in, crunching over dry leaves and sticks. Sunlight filtered through holes in the roof, catching dust in the air. The floor was littered with junk, rusted cans, splintered wood, strips of old newspaper curled like dead bugs. Then we saw the carvings. They covered the far wall, etched deep into the planks like someone had spent years scratching them in with a blade. Circles, triangles, crude figures with oversized hands or no hands at all. Some were fresh enough to have splinters still hanging from the edges. I could feel something in my chest tighten, like the air got heavier just standing there. Ethan knelt near the wall and brushed aside a pile of rags and leaves. That's when he found it. The hand. It was wood, smoothed in places by wear, but cracked and rotting in others. The fingers were stiff, curled like they were frozen mid-grip. There were leather straps dangling from the wrist, some still intact. He picked it up and turned it over like he was inspecting a seashell. My gut flipped. "Put it down," I told him. He laughed. But it didn't sound right. "It's just part of the story, man. Somebody's prank." But it didn't feel like a prank. It felt old, wrong, like it had been sitting there, waiting. That was when we heard the knock. Not from outside, from beneath. A single knock, sharp and hollow, like it came from under the floorboards. Ethan dropped the hand. It hit the wood with a dead thud. We didn't move for a second. Then another knock came. Closer. We ran. We didn't even speak, just bolted through the door and didn't stop until we hit the boundary tags. I tripped once and scraped my knee. Didn't even notice until later. We didn't tell anyone that night. What were we supposed to say? That we found the shack from some campfire story, and it knocked back? The next morning, we pretended nothing happened. But we didn't go back into the woods that day or the next. At night, I kept thinking about that sound. The second knock. How it seemed to echo in my bones, even after we were back in the cabin. Ethan started acting weird. He was always the loud one, the joker, but now he barely spoke. He'd sit up in bed after lights out, just staring at the wall. One night I heard him whispering to himself like he was talking to someone who wasn't there. 3 nights later, he was gone. Counselors searched the whole camp. They found his sneakers by the trail near the woods. Laces still tied. No sign of a struggle. No prints. Just gone. They called the sheriff, brought in dogs. Nothing. The camp closed early after that. Parents picked us up with tight smiles and promises of next summer. I never went back. A few weeks later, a ranger found the shack. They'd been checking the area because of Ethan. I read about it in a newspaper clipping my mom kept, trying to figure out what had happened. The article said the structure had been there since the 1930s, belonged to a trapper who went missing. The carvings were dismissed as juvenile vandalism, but they mentioned the prosthetic hand, said it had been turned in for analysis. No follow-up ever got printed. I still think about it, about that hand, the carvings, the knock, about how something moved under the floor, after decades of silence. And I think about Ethan, the way he looked before he vanished, like something was watching him from inside his own head. We'd been out fishing, the 3 of us, me, Jim, and Andrew, for maybe 2 hours before the sun started to sink. Light stretched long across the lake as we packed up the rods and started back toward camp. The trail was still warm from the day, and I remember a breeze had kicked up just enough to carry the smell of pine and campfire smoke ahead of us. I liked that part. Walking back tired, gear in hand, stomachs ready for dinner. It felt earned. That's why what we saw when we got back hit so hard. The knife was the first thing. It wasn't one of ours. Someone had jammed a long hunting blade straight down into the center of our hand-built table. I'd made that table with an old hatchet and some thick cedar branches earlier that morning. Just a flat top on a frame lashed together with paracord. Nothing fancy, but I was proud of it. Seeing the knife there sunken like a warning instantly turned my stomach. It wasn't just stuck into the wood. It had been placed. The angle was clean, the blade perfectly vertical, its handle turned toward the fire ring, like someone wanted us to see it the moment we stepped back into camp. None of us said anything right away. We just stood there. Jim was the first to move. He walked up and touched the handle. "Not ours," he muttered. He sounded calmer than I felt. Andrew looked around the tray line, eyes scanning past the tents, the fire pit, even the cooler. "Did you hear anything?" he asked me. I shook my head. Nothing. This wasn't here when we left. Someone came through. That knife was heavy, steel with a dark grip, the kind you'd use to skin game or gut a fish. But what got me was how deliberate it all felt. Whoever did this wanted to make a point. They didn't steal anything. Nothing was broken. No trash. No signs of rummaging. Just the knife and its message. Whatever it was supposed to be. We should have left right then, but we didn't. I told myself it was probably some idiot hiker trying to spook us. Some backwoods prank. Jim agreed. He even laughed a little, trying to cut the tension, but Andrew was quiet. He didn't unpack his gear that night, just sat by the fire with his jacket still on, and his boots laced tight. We cooked anyway. Canned chili and cornbread. It tasted like cardboard. I kept glancing at the table where the knife had been. I'd taken it out and laid it flat nearby. I couldn't bring myself to just toss it. Darkness came fast. Out here, once the sun dipped behind the trees, it got black like ink. No streetlights, no cabin porch glow. Just the stars and our fire. That's when I noticed the silence. No crickets, no owls, no rustling in the brush. Just the fire crackling and the occasional hiss from a wet log. It felt wrong, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. "I'm going to check the truck," I said. I told myself I just wanted to make sure I'd locked it. But that wasn't the truth. Something was gnawing at me and I needed to move. It was a short walk, 50 yards up the trail, parked just off the service road. I carried my flashlight and the knife. When I got there, the first thing I saw was the back tire. Flat, then the second, then the front ones. Every single tire had been slashed. Not punctured, slashed. Cut wide with something long and sharp, almost surgical. I crouched and touched the gash on the rear tire. Clean slice. Same angle on all of them. Someone had done this quickly and with intent. I stood there in the beam of the flashlight, heart thudding hard. That's when I heard the snap. A branch, maybe 20 feet off the road. I swung the light toward the sound, but it caught nothing. Just trees, tall and still. I didn't run, but I didn't walk slow either. Back at camp, I told them Jim got up fast. Andrew already had his pack on. "We're not driving out," I said. "Tires are gone." We stood around the fire, weighing our options. Cell phones were dead or out of range. No signal up here. The service road stretched a few miles back to the main highway, and from there, maybe another hour to the nearest town. We had flashlights, knives, water. We could walk it. We doused the fire. Packed fast. Andrew didn't speak the whole time, just watched the trees. As we started down the road, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every now and then, I swore I saw something. Movement at the edge of the beam. A shadow stepping back into the dark. But each time I turned, there was nothing. 2 miles in, the moon broke through the clouds. That's when we saw him. A figure standing just off the road, maybe 30 feet ahead, still a hood up. No flashlight, no bag, just standing there. In one hand, down by his side, was a knife. Not a hunting blade, not one of ours, but I recognized the shape, the same knife that had been driven into the table. Jim stopped. I grabbed his arm. Andrew had already stepped back. The figure didn't move. We backed up, turned off our lights. My ears pounded. I strained to hear anything. Footsteps, breathing, anything. But there was just the hush of wind through dry needles. Then a light headlights. Behind us. Distant at first. Then closer. A pickup, old and rusted, came around the bend. We ran. I waved both arms. The truck slowed. The driver leaned out. A man, maybe in his 60s, with a long gray beard and a baseball cap. "We need help," I said. "Someone's following us. Tires slashed." He opened the door without asking anything else. We piled in, slammed the door shut. I turned just as the truck pulled away. The figure was still there, backlit now by the moonlight and the dust from the tires. Standing at the edge of the road, holding the knife. We didn't talk much on the ride out. The driver said he was heading toward the ranger station and would radio someone. He didn't ask questions, and I didn't offer any. Later, when we went back with authorities, the table was gone. Our gear too. No knife, no footprints, no sign anyone had ever been there besides us. The truck left behind sat where we parked it. Still disabled, tires flayed open like wounds. I don't go back to that part of the forest. Don't even drive the roads nearby. I still have the knife. Couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Sometimes I think about that figure on the roadside. The way he didn't chase, didn't speak, just stood there watching, like he was waiting for something else. Or someone else. I've always been a light sleeper. It's the one thing my friends constantly teased me about, how even the sound of a squirrel cracking a twig would have me bolt upright in my sleeping bag. So when I woke up that morning in the Colorado backwoods, groggy and disoriented, with sunlight already filtering through the tent fabric, I knew something was off. Not just odd, wrong. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the usual forest quiet, but a deadened stillness, like the air itself was holding its breath. I unzipped my tent and crawled out onto cold, dry leaves. The sun was just above the horizon, casting long golden streaks across the clearing. That's when I saw it. Our tents, mine, Kevin's, Allie's, and Seb's had been moved. We'd set them up in a loose semicircle the night before, near the dried creek bed, so we could keep close to the water source. Now they sat in a perfect square, equidistant from each other, forming a shape around something in the center of the clearing. I turned to look behind me and saw the trail of flattened grass where my tent had been dragged, while we were asleep. I called out for the others. My voice cracked halfway through Kevin's name. One by one, they stumbled out of their tents with the same bleary, sluggish movements. None of them remembered moving in the night. None of them had heard a thing. We stood in a rough huddle at the center of the square, staring at the rock pile we'd found the night before. It hadn't seemed like anything important, just a waist-high stack of flat stones someone had clearly arranged by hand, maybe years ago. Seba had joked it was a forest mini-monument, or some Boy Scout Stonehenge. I remember Ally snapping a photo of it just before dusk. Now it was different. A few of the top stones were scattered around its base, like they'd been knocked off in a hurry. The shape was no longer a clean stack. It looked disturbed. And standing there, my head pounding from whatever unnatural fog had dulled my sleep, I felt something I hadn't felt since I was a kid, alone in the dark, watched. Seb knelt down and touched one of the fallen stones. "Probably just animals messing with it," he muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. Then it came, the sound, a low, grinding rumble that seemed to rise from the earth beneath us. It wasn't loud exactly, more like the resonant groan of something impossibly large shifting after being still for centuries. I felt it in my ribs before I heard it fully in my ears. It was like a stone door being dragged open somewhere far below our feet. Ally staggered back from the center and clutched her arms. Kevin dropped into a crouch, eyes wide and darting. I couldn't move. For a moment, the world seemed to stretch. My skin went cold and every nerve in my body screamed to run, but my muscles locked. Then I felt it, an ache in my chest that wasn't mine, panic, not my own. Ally's eyes locked with mine, and I knew she felt it too. Some invisible line had been crossed. We were connected now, all four of us. I could feel Seb's shallow breaths, Kevin's rising nausea, Ally's choked terror like they were bleeding into me. It wasn't just empathy. It was as if some internal barrier had dissolved in the night. And now we were tangled in a web none of us had agreed to. No one spoke for a long time. The grinding faded slowly, like a distant train rolling to a stop. When it was gone, we were left standing in that unnatural square of tents. The rock pile half collapsed, the clearing holding its breath again. We packed in silence. No breakfast, no jokes, just quick, jerky movements as we crammed our gear into bags and tore down the tents. Kevin kept glancing at the forest edge. Seb refused to look at the center of the square. Ally didn't speak a word. When I turned to roll up my sleeping bag, I noticed something scratched into the ground where my tent had been. A spiral uneven, carved shallowly into the dirt like someone had traced it with a stick. I wiped it away without thinking, then wished I hadn't. My fingertips tingled for minutes afterward. The hike back to the car took 3 hours. Every sound along the trail felt amplified. Bird calls like sirens, wind through the branches like whispers just out of hearing. None of us said much, but we all kept glancing at each other like we were checking in without meaning to. I felt their fatigue, their dread, and sometimes something deeper I didn't want to name. We didn't stop until we were on the road again, Kevin gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled hands. I remember looking in the rearview mirror and catching Seb's eyes, hollow and distant. He was staring straight ahead, but I could feel his unease like it was my own heartbeat. Back in the city, we tried to brush it off. Texts fizzled out. No one suggested meeting up. A week later, Allie sent me a message that just said, "Do you still feel it?" I didn't reply. Because I did, I'd wake up drenched in sweat, certain someone had been standing at the foot of my bed. Sometimes I'd feel a pulse of panic out of nowhere, and moments later my phone would light up with a missed call from Seb or Allie. We were still linked somehow. The thread hadn't snapped. It had just gone quiet. A month passed before I got the courage to ask Kevin if he remembered the grinding sound. His voice on the phone was brittle. "It started again last night," he said. "In my basement. I didn't sleep that night." Not because of fear exactly, but because of that same sick awareness I'd felt in the woods. The sense that space didn't work the way it should. That something had seen us, moved us, rearranged us like pieces on a board. Whatever knocked over that rock sculpture hadn't been wind or animals. It hadn't been us. We'd been moved without waking, touched without knowing, opened up without consent. I still don't camp. I don't even like walking past parks after dark. But sometimes, I dream of the square, of standing in that perfect formation with the others, unable to speak, with something stirring in the ground beneath us. And always, that final moment, the grinding sound growing louder, the earth shaking underfoot, and the feeling that something was coming through. The air in the Olympic backcountry always feels heavier at dusk, not just damp from the first saturated mist, but weighted like something unseen is pressing lightly on your skin, letting you know you're miles from anything familiar. I've spent the last 3 days hiking solo through switchbacks and overgrown trail segments to reach this overlook. One of those rare vantage points that only reveals itself when the light tilts just right. A river valley stretched far below me, rimmed by jagged ridge lines, every green edge softening into a dusky blue. It was the kind of place that didn't allow mistakes. I'd set my tripod down on a flat slab of rock, brushing off pine needles, checking the mount twice before I attached the camera. This was the reward, the golden hour light, the rising mist, the hush of the wind brushing the tree canopies like a giant exhale. I adjusted the lens and squinted through the viewfinder. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was a trick of focus, a figure just off center, walking the trail line maybe 200 yards away. I adjusted the zoom. The shape resolved. A woman, mid to late 60s, maybe older. She wore a formal navy gown that swept down to her ankles, the hem catching on roots and rocks. Her shoes were black stilettos, impractical even for a sidewalk, let alone forest terrain. She moved slowly, with a kind of determined trudge, like each step took effort, like she wasn't entirely sure where her foot would land, but she was going anyway. I lowered the camera, looked with my own eyes. Still there. There are no roads in this part of the wilderness, no casual paths. The nearest ranger outpost was almost 14 miles behind me. through thick brush, creek crossings, steep elevation, and terrain that would chew up even a seasoned hiker. I hadn't seen another soul since the trailhead. There'd been no other footprints, no fresh tire marks at the gravel pull-off. My brain tried to fill the gap. Maybe a lost hiker. Someone disoriented. But the dress, the heels, it didn't fit. She didn't fit. I watched her walk the tray line for about 20 seconds. She didn't look in my direction, her head tilted down slightly, gaze locked on the uneven ground in front of her, like she was searching for something she dropped. The trees swallowed her up again. Without fanfare, I waited, holding my breath, heart thudding louder than the forest silence. She didn't reappear. I stayed behind the camera longer than I needed to. Something about hiding behind the lens made it easier to process. Eventually, I backed away from the overlook and packed up my gear with slower hands than usual. Every rustle of foliage made me flinch. I told myself there was no reason to panic. I had a solid shelter, a single-man bivy tent staked in a flat patch off a slope, maybe a half-mile from the ridge. I'd hung my food properly. No bear signs nearby. I'd camped in worse spots under worse conditions. I'd be fine. Still, I walked back with my head on a swivel. I reached camp just as the last of the light bled from the sky. The forest was soaked in gray. Not quite dark, not quite visible. I lit my lantern and hung it low. More for comfort than utility. Ate a dry protein bar without tasting it. I didn't see her again that night. But I kept hearing things. Crunches. Small ones. Like someone stepping too carefully to be an animal. Always just beyond the reach of my headlamp. When I turned, it stopped at 1:23 a.m. I woke up without knowing why. Not to a noise, not to a dream. Just fully alert like someone had shaken me. I sat up, pressing my ear to the fabric of the tent. Nothing. But that dread, that internal shift, like something's not quite right, that was thick in my chest. I didn't unzip the tent. I couldn't bring myself to. I just stayed sitting, back straight, straining to hear. At some point I must have dozed off again. The sun was up when I finally crawled out. Everything was normal. Tent intact. Food untouched. No tracks. No torn fabric. The kind of morning that would have felt peaceful under other circumstances. But something had shifted. I broke camp faster than usual, packed with deliberate efficiency. I kept expecting to see her again, just ahead on the trail, or behind a tree, or maybe at the ridge looking out over the valley, with that strange trudging gait. But she never came back into view. What I couldn't shake was the detail, the dress. It had been evening wear, not something you'd toss on a mannequin. Sequins on the bodice, hair done up in some kind of twisted bun. Not messy, not frayed, deliberate, like she'd prepared for something, for someone. And then I remembered something else. Her arms. She hadn't been carrying anything. No water bottle, no phone, no flashlight, not even a clutch purse. Just empty hands swinging stiffly at her sides, like a wind-up doll on a tilting floor. Even now, I keep trying to reason it out. Maybe a lost partygoer who wandered too far from a road and ended up impossibly deep in the woods. But there are no roads, not even close, and no reports came out in the days that followed. I checked. I called the ranger station when I got back into service range. Asked if anyone had gone missing in the area. The ranger's tone didn't shift. Didn't hint at recognition. He just told me there'd been no reports recently, but he asked me to describe the woman twice. I gave him what I could. I said it probably wasn't important. Probably just someone I imagined after too many days alone in the woods. He didn't laugh. Just told me he'd note it in case anything came up. That was 2 years ago. I haven't gone back to that ridge. I've returned to Washington's backcountry since other trails, other parks, but I haven't set foot near that spot. Sometimes, when I'm loading gear or checking old rolls of film, I think I see something in the background, just a hint of motion, a flicker of a dark shape where none should be. I zoom in, but there's nothing clear, always just enough ambiguity to dismiss. I never captured her on camera that day. I'd been looking through the viewfinder when I saw her. Yes, but I hadn't taken the shot. I think about that often. Why didn't I press the shutter? Maybe part of me already knew she shouldn't be there, that it wasn't something I should frame, that some moments aren't meant to be documented, only remembered